myself as a mighty big man, but I can't even walk without you holding my hand. Can't even walk without you holding my hand. The mountain is too high and the valley is too wide. Down on my knees, I've learned to stay. Can't ever walk without you holding my hand. Lord have mercy. Can't even walk without you holding my hand. The mountain's too high and the valley is too wide. Down on my knees, I've learned to stay. Can't even walk without you holding my hand. I've had many tears and sorrows, questions for tomorrow. There's been times I didn't know right from wrong, but in every situation, God gave me consolation. That my trials come to make me strong. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon His words. I've been to lots of places, seen so many faces. There were times I felt so all alone, but in my lonely hours, those special hours, Jesus let me know that I am His own. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon His words. I thank God for the mountains, thank Him for the valleys, thank Him for the storms He brought me through. 'Cause if I didn't have problems, I wouldn't know that God could solve them. I wouldn't know what faith in God could do. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon His word. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I'll fear no evil, for thou art with me, thy rod and thy staff that comfort me. Those wicked will come upon me to eat up my flesh. They will stumble and fall. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to put my trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon His word. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus. I've learned to put my trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon His word. Trust in Jesus. for you calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for you calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Your grace is all that carries me to the dark. You shine your light so I could see. Even when I was down on my knees, you set me free. Lord, you bring my shield from my enemies. In your loving home, that's where I got to be. To stay within your grace for the rest of my day. Lord, I'm ready for your calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for your calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, oh gosh, you move them all away. Lord, I turn to you when I'm in need. Your love is just like the air I breathe. Heavenly Father, you're truly a friend indeed. There is so much that I got to say. I could go on about you every day. Your name I will always praise for the rest of my days. Rest of my days. Rest of my days. Heavenly Father, yeah. Lord, I'm ready for you calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for you calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Your grace is all that carries me through the dark. You shine your light so I could see. Even when I was down on my knees, you set me free. Lord, you bring my shield from my enemies. In your loving home, that's where I got to be. To stay within your grace for the rest of my day. Lord, I'm ready for you calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for you calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling.
Welcome. Good afternoon to all my listeners and the viewers. Welcome to Rebel Radio. Yes, Monday, first Monday in March. Boy, the year start moving already. Well, the time is moving and, lots of things happening. The President Trump new policy on deportation is creating havoc. Yes. I see yesterday where a man who says he was born in California, he's an American, yet he was deported to Jamaica. He says the first time he's coming to Jamaica, he's 60 years old. And boy, I can well imagine that things, are not in the balance right now. I have with me, well-known international journalist, Norris MacDonald. And we are going to talk about, his observation of what is happening in America. Hello, Norris. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, Desmond. Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. Yes. No, I am told that, the streets in New York are empty. And people are not hanging out. The hangout corners are also empty. People are, hiding from ICE. Is that what you have seen?
Yeah, it's a correct observation to say people are hiding from ICE, because what they have been doing is mass raid on the street, Gestapo style, so that's a correct response, correct statement.
Yes. And I would imagine that, this policy is having an impact on the workplaces, because some undocumented workers were working on farms and were working in other areas in America. I would imagine that they are keeping away from work now.
Yes, like in Florida and in California, the orange farms have been destroyed, devastated. Farmers the investors are closing their farms because they're losing a lot of money. Because the seasonal workers no white person is going to go on the farm in the sun and pick orange or pick apple. So it has been having a negative effect there, and also in construction work. Yeah, this white people on top of the roof that are doing construction in 110 degrees sun,
Mm-hmm.
So they are also having very serious consequences there.
Wow. Yes, I can well imagine. I saw a report this morning that in the paper saying that the new program should have a positive impact on the Jamaican farm work program. Because what they are saying now is that farm workers, Jamaican farm workers, more of them will be needed to take up these slots. So I can well imagine that this is something that they are looking at. Yes. So people right now, you would say, Norris, undocumented people, whether they are Jamaicans or wherever, whatever nationality, they are keeping a low profile.
Yes, but just a quick comment on the statement where you just made. I would not agree. I would not agree in a statement that it will have a positive effect on Jamaican farm work program. And I'll tell you why. If the Trump administration have a policy of not giving out visa to people who want to work, whether from Mexico or whereas, why would anybody think, say, Jamaica going go, all of a sudden go in the sunshine or in the moon or something like that with joy? So I don't agree with that statement.
No, but you remember, Jamaica, there's a farm work program that we it is very old, where Jamaican workers go to work on farms in Canada and America. You know that?
What?
Yes. So
my first job was. Yeah, go ahead.
So what they are saying, what the statement was saying, that with the absence now of these workers, these undocumented workers, it will open up the gate for more Jamaican farm workers.
Searcher.
Hello?
Yeah, they on the office?
No, I can't talk with you now,
All right.
Yeah. Yes.
Hello?
Yes,
If you were coming in and out, I lost you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, I apologize. This was the communication. Now, what I was saying quickly, my first job as a young man leaving Kingston College was with the Ministry of Labor.
Mm-hmm.
So from day one, I've seen the farm work program in operation all the way up. Now, what I'm saying now, the Trump administration has ripped up all laws. It has ripped up all agreements, right? Including any visa type agreement. So I'm saying I fundamentally disagree with anybody who put a positive spin that Jamaica will benefit.
Yes.
And I'm saying that on the face of the evidence that this government is not a government of laws who are going to adhere to any agreement at all.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So, what you think will happen? What is going to happen now to those vacancies? Who is going to fill those vacancies now? And construction and the farms and in restaurants and those places. What is going to happen to those?
Well, let me say, you remember when in Jamaica, our parents would say, if you can't hear, you feel. You remember that type of statement?
Yes.
When picking the ideas?
Yes, sir.
Well, egg prices reach up to $29 for 2.5 dozen eggs.
Right now?
Right now.
Yes.
Prices have shot up in the supermarket for a lot of products.
Wow.
You see some look of wingy orange, you know, wingy.
Yes.
So it's really wingy taste bad orange in the supermarkets now, right? You know, we get quality fruit. So the bottom line is this, that the impact of the policy is affecting the society generally in terms of pocketbook, right? And not only that, in states, in the red states, so-called Trumpian Republican states, because you find that there's a falling off in work as you have industrial places are closing down. So many red state people, Republican, who the cheer for the policy is suffering now.
Yes.
You see? So, unless, like Saul on the road to Damascus, God touched Trump's heart, amen, hallelujah, and make him change his ways, I don't say any better.
Boy, I don't know. You would have observed that the United States indicated its intention to withdraw from the World Bank and the IMF. You know that?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. What we have is we have an anarchist government, to use that term. And you know, when you talk about anarchism, you talk about it's like a madman on the street who just take a bat and start smash the glass of all the stores on King Street and so on, you know, right?
Yes.
You just lose control. No disrespect. I'm just calling it as it is. So you have Trump and Elon Musk, right? Elon Musk is a man who didn't pay taxes, right? And you have these two people, the co-president and president, Musk is Trump brain, by the way, and Barrett brain, right? So they're implementing policies which are not well thought out. They never look and examine the consequences of all the policy would affect the American economy, or to affect all the way down to say the people on the street, to the jobs, into, you know, you name it. There's been no examination of the policies, if you use this term, the micro effect, and the small effect, or it's filtered down to pocketbook or ordinary people in the household.
Yes.
So the policies have been this devastating. But the immigration policy, as we talk about, which we started talking about, it has been having a negative effect overall, spilling all the way down into its effect on prices and in terms of industries, right?
Yes.
And other aspect of the policy, which were thought out generally, is affecting American international affairs, it's affecting people in the Caribbean. It's just going to be a disaster until there's a wake-up call, you know?
Yes. From you, where you are in Norris, what are people, and I'm talking about Americans and people in USA, what are they saying about that meeting between President Trump and President Zelensky?
Zelensky?
Yes.
All right. I'll go to that quickly, but I was just glancing at just a quickly, and I go to that. Where CNN headline is that old Trump's immigration crackdown could backfire. Right? This is from March 2nd. So anyway, so I'm saying that the media itself know it. But that's why I'm observing to you. I just saw that. I didn't read it before, but the media itself is picking up that the chaos is spreading. Now, regarding the Zelensky and the Trump meet, depends on which side the position somebody take towards war in Ukraine, which is a NATO-driven war, right? No, that's my point of view. A lot of people support that, including American experts. What happened is this now. The war was primarily driven to, as they call it, weaken Russia, right?
Yes.
And if we remember, Russia is coming from a communist society where they had an industrial production base, which was built up based off the World War II and their confrontation with Nazi Germany, where Stalin built up a massive industry to help them defeat the Nazis. So that when the war started, Russia was able to rapidly expand its production. Meanwhile, Europe and America can't match them in terms of, so in other words, the war is a dead cost then, right? The wars are lost. So in other words, so from Trump's standpoint, who is really he's a businessman. What am I going to get out of this deal? He's not getting anything. Not agreeing with him and just giving it a raw breakdown. Now, Zelensky promised Trump that he would have given $500 million raw material, lithium and other things which in Ukraine. But guess what? All that promises in the lands where Russia already take. So Trump realized that he's conning him. I don't know if that's what's going on. Ukraine is rich resource, but the resources now is in areas which under Russian control, which has been incorporated into Russian state and not coming back. So it's he's trying to
Russia invaded Ukraine and took away its resources.
No, I would back up there. I'm saying that the people where the Russian speakers were, the history of Russian was that Lenin carved out part of the old Russia when he had the Soviet Union. A lot of people don't know history, and I don't want to go too much into it, right? But I'm saying that Ukraine was an amalgam of part of the Russian state.
Yes.
So you had people who were historical Russians in those areas, in the Donbass, right? All the way to Odessa, you have Russian-speaking citizens. So when Ukraine was established now and got its independence, the deal was that these people would be allowed to speak their own language. It's like Portland. It's like, say, Portland breakaway. But they want to speak Patois, and we want to speak perfect English. And we say, no, you can't talk Patois. I'm just breaking it down,
Yes.
So part of the conflict has to do with the suppression of the people's religion, the historical Russian Orthodox Church, and suppressing the language and the culture. So it's something wider than those. Some people try to spin it. It's deep issues. We'll go back in terms of historical, culture, and conflict, So the issue of the lands now, what happened is this now, Zelensky wanted to drive the people out away to Russia, right? Russia said, they're going to go, but they're taking the land with them too, right? So that's just a quick, if I'm making sense with the history of it and so on. So it is really a civil war split, right? Not just an invasion as the spin masters in the media. I disagree with mainstream media, as you know, right? So that's the way it is and so on. So right now, that last cast, Europe has been defeated, NATO has been defeated, America has been defeated, right? That's the issue.
But America has spent a lot of money in this war,
Exactly. Billions over America spent directly over $100 billion.
Yes.
Europe spent close to the next $100 billion. So what they started to do now, there's an extra $100 billion which Biden and them seized from Russia. And now they're taking, which is, by the way, is illegal under international law. They're taking Russian money now and given to Ukraine and say, use it by arms, right?
Yes.
So whether we like it or not, this war has to come to an end. Whether we like, no matter which side we're on, over 1 million Ukrainians have died, right?
Yes.
Ukraine destroyed as a nation state, right? So the question is this: how do we arrive at a solution and so on? I do not agree with Trump policies, and I'll never agree with anything with Trump do. But I'm saying the reality is this: that there's nothing now for America to get out of that. And Trump realized that he was conned by Zelensky, right? Because Zelensky is a con man and a crook. They have plundered the wealth and resources of their country.
Yes. Boy, it is not a pretty situation, Norris. Not a pretty situation at all.
It's sad.
No, because, you know, when you look at it, we are not getting all the facts, but I can imagine the level of suffering in Ukraine at the moment, right?
Yes.
And
Russia too.
let us don't forget either. Thousands of Russians, young Russian soldiers have died, you know.
Yes, both sides get harmed.
Yes. So those families, mothers and fathers on both sides, who are left mourning, right? The country destroyed, homes, infrastructure. People in Ukraine must be having it difficult getting food, medical supplies, you know, and all those basic things. They must be having it difficult getting those things. So there's a lot of suffering.
Yes.
Yes.
You're right. You know, over 8 million Ukrainians have fled their country because they don't want to fight this war.
Yes.
Let me repeat. 8 million Ukrainians have fled their country. And if you go on YouTube, you'll see videos where, because it's fascism, they just grab people off the street. You left your house to go to the supermarket and have and drive up. There are the videos, I mean, that's my word. You see a video where they just grab you off the street, carry go training for a week or so, give you a rifle and drop you at the front line, right? So, if it's a true war in the sense of a national liberation war, where people wanted to fight, you would have the moral motivation and defending my country against these Russian or something like that. You know, they're invaders. As I said before, it's an artificially created war to serve American and European foreign policy interests, NATO foreign policy interests.
Yes.
And it has backfired. The German economy now is destroyed right now.
Yes.
Destroyed. Germany was the industrial power of Europe, and I've written about that. The economy has been destroyed because of this war. They blew up the pipeline to sabotage Russia. And they're like this, cut out your nose to spite your face. Meanwhile, Russia is now the 5th largest economy in the world in terms of industrial power. So when you look at the bottom line in terms of who gained versus who lose, it turns out that Russia is stronger in terms of military and as an economic power, right? Whereas Europe, Ukraine, America is reeling. So, you know, so that's a balance sheet.
Yes. Yes. I can. I also I saw some reports last week where there were demonstrations in places like California against the Trump policies. Is it a case where people are demonstrating against the U.S. policies at the moment? I'm talking about Americans.
Yes, no, a very good question. Now you're having demonstrations through the entire, like in Republican town hall meetings.
Yes.
There's some video where they have to be dragging out people. Because now the ordinary people are realizing that the policy where they cheered for are now backfiring on them. So the Republican, like you have, like with this thing where they just firing people from their jobs, The federal government employ people in every state in America. And they're just, so even the red states, the Trumpian states, people are being kicked out of their work. And the sad thing about that is this, is only under an imperial power or a fascist government you can fire somebody with an email. You just say to somebody, don't come work or something like that.
Yeah.
So in terms of due process of law, right, or bargaining or whatever you want to call it, basic human rights and principles of justice, everything they are doing is wrong. But it's also affected their people. You see? So in Republican town hall meeting now, they are chaos, right? And the people are now coming out on the street. Well, the Democrats are getting a wake-up call, which I said they needed from a long time too, right? So people are now resisting this madness, this anarchist madness which is taking place.
Yes. Boy, I can well, how would you describe the, you know, what is happening in America now? How would you describe it? And how the people are reacting?
My take is this, that I do not see a potential for the American economy to grow and for the quality of life for the people to improve, right? And the particular reason for this, if you look at all the various industries which could be create growth, whether it's in terms of agriculture, whether it's in terms of industry, whether it's in terms of technology, what we're having now is a decline. Why I know? China is one of American-made trading partners. Now, if you say you're going to introduce a policy of tariff on a country, like say a country like China, China has retaliated in terms of their countervailing tariff also, which is a tax. The price is going to go up. Now, not only that, China has cut very strategic imports to America, even minerals, what they need for their tech industry.
Yes.
So overall, you have the policy, the tariff policy, which is madness also, whether directed against Canada, Mexico, it's just not working and it's creating a backlash. And the spillover effect now, the spillover effect is in terms of how it's affecting the people, basic take-home pay, basic job, basic survival. So people are waking up from the ray of, make America great again. Now they realize Trump is make America worse.
Yes.
You see?
Yes. Okay. Well, Norris, we have to leave it there for today, but we have to keep our eyes and ears, because those policies are impacting the world.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it is going to impact us in Jamaica. So
yes, sir, definitely.
Let us keep our eyes open. I want to thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome, Brother Desmond.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, that was our journalist colleague there, Norris McDonald, and we're talking about what is happening in America. Let us go for a break.
Service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from CoolBiz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshments at the lowest prices. The cleanest restrooms and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
Never gonna tease her. Boom, bam. You don't know it's a rubber dub 8 tonic wine, the finest wine. So all of the man them want to tune into the wine here, you know. You say if you don't want to go long and strong, you just tune into Rubber Dub.
It's Tools, Hardware and Supplies anniversary!
And we're saying thank you to all our valued customers!
With incredible savings all of February!
On bathroom fixtures, kitchen and living room!
But there's lots more!
Massive discounts on all products throughout the store!
Porcelain tiles, doors, windows, paints!
Plus unbeatable prices on top quality new arrivals!
Shop now, don't wait!
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
Lion King of Hard Heels.
Make your pockets skyrocket with Mayberry's Tranche 3 public bond offer. Invest from as little as $20,000 and earn 10.25% interest per annum. Take charge of your financial future and invest with confidence, knowing that your money is bound to return. Use your returns to accomplish financial goals, pay personal expenses, and invest even further. Visit bondberryja.com to view the prospectus and to learn more, or contact your investment advisor today. It's time to make your pockets skyrocket with Mayberry.
All things are possible if you only believe. Sitting at home all alone, wondering what tomorrow may bring. He of little faith, dig deeper within. Healing the sick, he raised the dead, he walked on the sea. He worked miracles if you only believe. Only believe, only believe. All things are possible if you only believe. Only believe, only believe. All things are possible if you only believe. Lord, show me the way to do your will, and I will obey. I wanna be your servant. On my knees I pray. Lord, give me strength to carry on. Please lead the way, because I believe. Yes, I believe. Oh, I believe that all things are possible if you only believe. Only believe. Only believe. All things are possible if you only believe. Sitting at home all alone, wondering what tomorrow may bring. He of little faith, dig deeper within. Healing the sick, he raised the dead, he walked on the sea. He worked miracles if you only believe. Only believe. Only believe. If you only believe, if you only believe, things are possible. I do. Send a message, Lord. I've got to say to you, I'm so tired of living a humble and country life. When you were attracted to the bright city lights, you had a lot of money to spend on pretty girls and lovely things, just living it up as if you were a king. You had a whole lot of friends that you treated a vintage boy. But when the money went out, they didn't stick around this time. There was a famine on the land, and you didn't really have a dime. So you had to go out to stay and feed with swine. But I will rise and go to my Father. I will rise and go to my Lord. Though I'm not worthy to be your son, but I could still be your servant. So I will rise and go to my Lord. There was a time when you realized that you went wrong, when you found out how material things have gone. You've been living like a rolling stone, no more will you roam. For there's a welcome for the prodigal son back home. I will rise and go to my Father. I will rise and go to my Lord. Though I'm not worthy to be your son, but I could still be your servant. I will arise and go to my Lord. When the son had chose to take that journey home, he didn't know his father would have compassion on his soul. He hugged and kissed his son so cold, and dressed him in fancy clothes. He put ring on his fingers and shoes on his feet to stroll. I will rise and go to my Father. I will rise and go to my Lord. Though I'm not worthy to be your son, but I could still be your servant. I will arise and go to my Lord. I will rise and go to my Father. I will arise and go to my Lord. Though I'm not worthy to be your son, but I could still be your servant. I will arise and go to my Lord. I will rise and go to my Father. I will rise and go. Where do I go? Tell me now. Leaving below in this old sinful world, only a comfort I can't afford. Striving alone to face temptation, so Lord of mercy, where do I go but to my Lord? Where do I go? Where do I go? Seeking a refuge for my soul. Needing a friend to save me in the head. Where would I go but to my Lord? but to my door. Where do I go? Where do I go? I'm seeking a refuge for my soul. Needed a friend to save me in the end. Where do I go but to my Lord? Nowhere to
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes, and we are going over to Portland now to talk about some issues over there with the beaches. And we have with us Councillor Dexter Rowland. Good afternoon, Councillor.
Good afternoon.
Yes, what is tell us what is happening to the beaches over there in your area?
Well, there are two beaches that have been taken from the use of the public. You have one beside the Trident Hotel that have been taken over completely by the hotel. It is impossible for anybody to go there now because it is secured with wall, so people cannot go to that beach again.
Mm-hmm.
The Sansan Beach also need some strong control on the selected few can go there. They were trying to do that with the Fred Beach, but the people fought against that, and they have recovered the full use of that beach.
Mm-hmm.
Now the Blue Hole now, it is in the court. It's a court issue now, because the people have got together, and so I'm so proud of them. And the MP candidate Isaac Buchanan has joined with them and is fighting for the rights of the people. Because over the years, maybe 200 years, people have been allowed to use that beach and the Blue Hole. And all of a sudden, private interest is trying to take it over. They have blocked off the Parish Council Road, which is illegal, but the Parish Council has allowed them to do that, although we have fought against a meeting. So what is happening now? We have to be using the private entrance, which have to be paid for. You have to pay for it for entry, because the court case still hasn't finished yet.
Yes.
But at least because of the fighting spirit of the people, there's some leeway now, and people can get to the Blue Hole, although they have to do it through private land.
So this beach beside the Trident Hotel, it was a public beach?
It was a public beach. I've used it several times.
Yes.
But
and the hotel has now taken
it has been walled over now, and no entry can be made by the public.
The hotel has taken it over?
Yes, fully.
Okay.
Because they have built a wall around the beach.
Yes.
So nobody can go to that beach again publicly unless they are a guest of the hotel.
Okay. So is it a case that Trident Hotel did not have a beach of its own?
They have a beach, but it wasn't so easily accessible.
Yes.
Because it was kind of home. This is more easy, so and more calmer.
Mm-hmm.
So it was easier for the guests to handle.
Okay. Yes. So yes, go ahead.
That is the same as though they were trying to also take over the Winifred Beach.
Yes.
Tried to be done by a Dragon Bay Hotel.
Mm-hmm.
But the people really stand up for their right, and they have withdrawn that.
Yes. But so as we speak, two public beaches are now blocked off. The one near Trident Hotel, and the other one is near. Just repeat the name of that one for me.
San.
Yes.
But it has come under some control. It is under control. It has been, fenced around and under some control.
Mm. The public don't have access.
Anybody can.
The public don't.
You can't just go to like that under control.
Yes. Okay.
And it's really sad,
Yes.
There's a law passed in Parliament under the Naman administration that all beach in Jamaica are public.
Mm-hmm.
That is legal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what the authorities are saying, and for example, what the political representatives in Portland are saying?
Well, it seemed to me, because they are not fighting against it, so it seemed to me that they are in agreement with it.
Okay.
The only politician fighting against it now, apart from is Isaac Buchanan.
Okay.
But the politicians them are just quiet. That means that they must be, as they are selected by the people.
Mm-hmm.
So if they were against it, they would be talking.
Yes. Boy, I mean, it is something that we have to stand up against. They can't just block the people's entrance from the beaches like that.
No. As I said before, it is legal.
Yes.
That was passed many, many years ago.
Mm-hmm.
That the Jamaican people have right to the beach.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So we have to, just fight against these things. If not, and you hear that the private sector can take over a parish council road and just block it off like that.
Yes.
And the council never be allowed to.
And the council is silent on it.
Very silent.
Wow. What is happening in your division? So how is the situation going on with water and road repairs and those other issues which are on the agenda?
Well, there's one road in Norwich that was made impossible over a year now.
Mm-hmm.
by the rain and earthquake. Although I tried, because when a road is damaged by things like water, rain or thing like that, there's a thing what they call SGR, special grants for repair.
Yes.
That each month percent is taken off the allocation and put aside for emergency like those. And although we send the claim in over a year now, it is just maybe a month ago that the fund was released.
Yes, okay.
And you can imagine that after over a year now, that fund that is released is not able to do everything.
Yes.
And to get it done, I had to call the office of the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Local Government. And I have to say, much thanks to the permanent secretary office, because within 3 weeks, the fund was released.
Yes.
So possibly if I didn't call the permanent secretary office, even now the people would not be able to drive to their home. If there was an emergency like fire or sickness, no emergency vehicle will be able to access that road.
Okay. So it is being repaired?
Yes, it has started.
Okay. All right. And the water, I remember when we spoke the last time, some areas have water issues. How is it now?
Well, like Neil's Hill, the last time they got water was about 6 weeks ago. One Saturday, I called the NWC, and they got water that same Saturday night. But since then, there's no water, and the people have to be paying taxes. And it's not all of them can afford that. Just to get water to their home.
Yes.
So their children can get water to drink. So it is just terrible.
Yes, sir.
There are other areas too, not as worse as that sometimes for weeks the people don't get water.
Yes.
And then water is coming. So it's a real substitution. I believe if they had continued with there was a plan they call the sewage water and drainage project.
Yes.
That was started sometime in 2005. But when there was a change of government, there was some delay. But if a plan had gone through, everybody will be able to get water in those areas now.
Yes, sir.
Well, the election is coming on now, so they have started back that plan.
Okay. And what about the market, Councillor? Any work has started on the Portland market?
No work at all. Not even a scratch.
Okay.
And the people are suffering.
Yes.
So they have to be using the street, on the sidewalk, which makes life uncomfortable for everybody. But the people, they have to survive. They depend on that to send their children to school, to take care of their old parents, to take care of themselves. So they have to be strong to survive. And you wonder, the market was insured.
Yes.
So you wonder, after so long now, why nothing can be started? The plan was done.
And you recall the member of parliament said that she had received some funds, some donations toward repairing the market. You remember that too?
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah.
But nothing. And the people are just suffering. So sometimes I wonder, why? If it was rich person doing that would have been repaired long ago.
Yes, sir.
So it's come to me like, well, I know poor people are just ignored.
Yes.
I just, but I tell you it's heartrending, when you see people, they have to be sometimes be in the rain, just trying to assist themselves and their family.
Okay.
Really terrible.
Yeah. All right, Councillor. I want to thank you very much.
Okay then.
And
yes, anytime.
We'll keep in touch. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. That's Councillor Dexter Rowland, Port Antonio Division there, telling us about what is happening over there. Let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
Service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshments at the lowest prices. The cleanest restrooms and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
Madam Eltonic when me drink and please her. Never gonna tease her. Boom, bang. You don't know it's a rubber dub Eltonic wine, the finest wine. So all of the man them wanna tune into the wine here, you know. You say if you don't want to go long and strong, you just tune into rubber dub.
It's Tools, Hardware and Supplies anniversary!
And we're saying thank you to all our valued customers.
With incredible savings all of February.
On bathroom fixtures, kitchen and living room.
But there's lots more.
Massive discounts on all products throughout the store.
Porcelain tiles, doors, windows, paints.
Plus unbeatable prices on top quality new arrivals.
Shop now, don't wait.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road.
Or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
Lion King of Hardware.
Make your pockets skyrocket with Mayberry's Tranche 3 public bond offer. Invest from as little as $20,000 and earn 10.25% interest per annum. Take charge of your financial future and invest with confidence, knowing that your money is bound to return. Use your returns to accomplish financial goals, pay personal expenses, and invest even further. Visit bondberryja.com to view the prospectus and to learn more, or contact your investment advisor today. It's time to make your pockets skyrocket with Mayberry.
Just believe right now, and they'll do it again. You may be down and feel like I somehow forgotten, yeah, that you are faced with circumstances so hard to get through.
Yes, welcome back. And we are going over to Guyana now. Yes, last week there was an incident where the Guyanese reported that a Venezuelan military ship was seen in their waters. Yes, violated their territorial waters. And I saw where a report out of Venezuela is saying that they did not violate, they have rejected the claim that they have violated Guyanese waters. Well, we have with us to look at that issue now senior journalist Enrico Woolford and Dr. Mark Curtin. Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Richards. Thanks for having me here.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Let me start with you, Enrico. So the Venezuelans are claiming that they did not violate, but based on the evidence that we saw, they violated Guyanese waters. Isn't that so?
Well, as a journalist, I can tell you Guyana's position has always been that since 1899, the arbitral award limited, clearly indicated where Guyana's borders were. And as a result of where the land borders are, then the maritime boundaries were derived from that. And for anybody else to claim that those borders are not where they are, then it is a matter for them, not for Guyana. And what clearly happened when the Venezuelan patrol boat came into Guyana's boundaries was that it was a violation of international law from just any point of view, because not only did they move from Guyana goes from around 58 degrees to 56 or so, just about that, west, right? Now, for you to move from Venezuela, you've got to pass the 58-degree line. You've got to pass the 57-degree line to get close to the 56-degree line.
Yes.
Now, that is where, if you listen to the recording of what they were asking the FPSO, the captain of the FPSO clearly said he's 8 degrees north, 56 degrees west, almost 56 degrees west.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that tells you that Venezuela moved clearly from its side over to the Guyana side.
Yes.
And had temerity to question the captain as to what his position was. The captain was quite right.
Mm-hmm.
The position was exactly where he said it was.
Yes.
If that is like saying that Venezuela is driving a patrol boat to 18 degrees north and then questioning whether they are in Venezuelan borders. Everybody knows 18 degrees north is in Jamaica waters. I can't remember the exact the west coordinates.
Yes.
But if you went to 18 degrees north, you're way out of your territory. And clearly that's a position.
Okay. Yes. Dr. Curtin, what do you make of this situation, and why do you believe Venezuela is doing what it did?
Well, there are a few different scenarios one could look at. First of all, a move from the use of what might be termed soft power to hard power. I think if we cast our minds back a little bit, we saw where they used to chase away fishing boats, sometimes pick them up. Now we see a movement to intimidate. We see increasing aggressive practice, and that is unprecedented, I think, until Saturday morning, where they were far away, as Enrico indicated quite clearly. This thing is, if you want to look at it, you could almost say that it is going towards Boris. It's not in the Esguerra River. And therefore, it clearly violates Guyana's maritime territory and space. Now, so you're talking here about using or seeing the presence, intimidatory presence of hard power. Now, one could also look at it in the context of what is taking place globally. At the same time, you had Mr. Zelensky and Mr. Trump having their own issues related to, the question of the borders and boundaries, and you could very well see Mr. Maduro saying, "Let us challenge this at this point in time." So we have a set of scenarios that you could look at in relation to the mood, and that could not have been by chance. I believe that was planned even before that Saturday morning exercise. And indeed, what we could see is that it could be a movement towards escalation in some of the movements that Venezuela is prepared to deal with. Because just a week, or no, less than a week ago, Mr. Trump decided that he's going to pull back the licenses for any kind of prospecting and movement licensing for oil, Chevron. in the Venezuelan area or in Venezuela.
Yes, for Venezuela to sell oil to America.
So you have to look at that too. Retaliation to the removal of the license. It was, in a sense, a lifeline for Venezuela. They were receiving significant sums now as a result of the license that was granted to Chevron. And so it will impact their economy, and that could very well be the first salvo in response to that removal of the license. So you're looking at several different kinds of possibilities, and maybe they may all contribute to this kind of escalation. Now, we have to be concerned in Guyana. I think that it is important for us to look at what are some of the possibilities for escalation by Venezuela at this time. So the first thing I would say that it is indeed an unprecedented move, right? That's one. And we could also look at it in the context of the global geopolitical environment in which there is some levels of instability which are increasing. And it may very well be that Mr. Maduro's administration may want to use this opportunity to up the ante, as they say, and to go more than saber rattling, but a presence in Guyana's territorial waters.
Yes. So, from all indication, the boat is no longer in the area, though. The Venezuelan boat.
No, it is gone.
Okay.
But, as you know, it's not. I believe that is just the first installment, so to speak, and we will have to be very strategic in our approaches. There have been some levels of condemnation by some of the international and regional organizations and institutions, but I believe that we have to be strongly prepared to look at some of these issues. And it would mean, for me, I would say, as a Guyanese, a very urgent move to, first of all, to shore up our military. We have to ensure also, as everybody knows, that, you know, our first line of defense has to be diplomacy. And we have to look at our allies and shore up the alliances where they are and create new ones where they aren't.
Yes.
And so and at the same time, I think we have to ensure that we prepare our military with more assets. Because you can't ask your friends to come and help you and you don't have at least the capacity to hold out until they arrive.
Yes.
So you have to have some urgent acquisition.
But the question I would like to ask is, what are the motivating factors then? What are the reasons do you think why President Maduro would send his military boat into Guyana waters at this time? Well, Enrico, what do you think is working in his mind?
I think, as Professor Curtin just said, as Mark said, he took into account all of the prevailing circumstances in international relations and world politics. When you have the president of the most powerful country that calls itself, and people have accepted that it is the most powerful country of the world, saying to someone, the president of a country that has been invaded by another superpower, quote unquote, that you don't have all the cards. You have to come to the table. You have to listen to us. it gives any other power, to my mind, in the world to say, look, even if I invade you, if I encroach upon your space, if I come into your territory as the aggressor, it is the victim that has to come to the table screaming and crying, how could I bring peace? Guyana is not at war with anybody. Guyana is not encroached on anybody's territory. Guyana has always maintained since 1899 that its position is that our borders were settled in that arbitral award.
Yes.
No, in 6 years from now, Desmond, Mr. Richards, in 6 years from now, Guyana will mark the bicentenary of the amalgamation of the counties, the colonies of Essequibo, that was Dutch until 1814, Demerara, that was British, and Berbice, that was also Dutch. Right?
Mm-hmm.
In 6 years, in 2031, because the amalgamation took place in 1831. You are telling me 200 years of meaningful occupation of all three territories, Essequibo, Berbice, and Demerara, that constitute British Guyana, that our borders were not settled, and you could just encroach on it and then take, as Guyanese would say, spunks from the leader of the most powerful nation on the world, that if you are the aggressor, then you have to come. The aggressor could do what he wants,
Mm-hmm.
but the victim has to come to the table and discuss the aggression by somebody else. There is something wrong in international relations if that is the new norm. But Mark Curtin, Professor Curtin, is much better qualified than I am to speak on this matter.
No, I think, Enrico, you hit the nail on the proverbial head in a sense. You're talking here about a full, final, and perfect agreement in 1899. It's not yesterday, 1899. In 1905, Venezuela and the British established that they walked through the commission and they looked at all of the boundary and all the space and signed off. And now you're talking about 2025. You're coming to say to Guyana that here you are, this is not your place, this is ours. I mean, we're talking here about a country, yes, small though we are. We're talking about a territorial space, a maritime space, which is for us, for the first time, a space which can bring significant benefits to our people. And here you have a predator state just wanting to come in and say, look, come and sit down at the table and talk about our space, which has been clearly demarcated since 1899. Mm-hmm. I don't know if any right-thinking nation would want to have that done to them.
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay. And the gentlemen, the possibility exists then that Venezuela might want to disrupt the mining operations that is taking place.
The mining, you mean the operations
for oil?
Well, I would say that brings another dimension to it. One sees here international interests in the waters of Guyana. And it is, to me, interesting to note that there's a consortium of companies, Exxon, Mobil, Hess of America, and the Chinese National Overseas Oil Company. So here we have international interests operating in the areas under license from Guyana. And we see an attempt being made now to shift the focus by Venezuela to this kind of arbitrary arrangement where they say that the FPSO is operating in territory under litigation. I mean, you know, once again, what I see there is aggression, and I don't know that we can very well be faced with a situation where international intervention may take place and Guyana in the middle of it all.
Yes.
Now, this is what my view is, that we should go to the United Nations Security Council, and given this level of aggression, let us look at the possibility of having a multilateral deterrence force established. My view is that we wouldn't want to see, and this is my position, personal position, I would not like to see a United States military establishment of a base in Guyana. This is why my argument has always been, let us see if we can have an alliance, a strong alliance, especially with countries like Brazil, which, you know, the Latin American states will be very concerned, to my mind, about the potential return to the Monroe Doctrine, with the U.S. doing it alone. But I think a small state will have to look for all of its options. Mm-hmm. And this, by my views, one option could be a multilateral engagement of militaries, because I mean, we have the regional security system in the Caribbean, which cannot be seen as any strong force. We have our own military, which is, as I mentioned, I think we need to get significant asset acquisition as a matter of urgency.
Yes.
But we have some allies that we need to depend on, and to look at immediately as to what is the move or what is the best possible alternative.
Yes, sir.
To doing it.
Mm-hmm.
It is a challenge. It's a very complex situation at this stage for Guyana.
Yes.
You know, because we could be, indeed, Mr. Maduro. We're seeing where I think there may very well be some movement of, you know, armed Venezuelans. We saw it last week. Armed Venezuelans. I don't call them whatever they call them these days. Gangs. I don't know where they come from. I don't know who's backing them. But here we have last week.
You mean harm Venezuelans in Guyana?
They attacked a group of soldiers in the Cuyuni River.
Yes.
Injuring 6 of them. Right? And they're saying it's Venezuelan criminals. I don't want to call them those. I don't know who they were, you know, supported by or sponsored by. But we have to understand that this is a different kind of environment that we're now entering. Mm-hmm. And therefore, a state will have to call in all of its citizenry, because I don't think this can be a partisan approach. And I'm happy to see that they're now discussing or engaging the opposition, the political opposition, which ought to be done a while now. But we have, I think, to establish a national border commission.
Yes.
With people from across the divide and in the diaspora who could analyze these issues on a day-to-day basis. We have to ensure that we sensitize our people. You know, education is key. Mm-hmm. Because if not, you're getting conjecture already and all kinds of questions here about what happened and what didn't happen. We also, to my mind, will have to develop a structured diplomatic effort, taking into consideration the appointment of special envoys to go to capitals across this world to let them know our story. Because Venezuela isn't playing. They have a strong network of propaganda. Telling people that it's not Guyana land and all kinds of issues that are basically misinformed positions. So Guyana has to, I believe, develop a more robust diplomacy, at the same time ensuring that the international organizations are fully aware and on board. And even our CARICOM, Caribbean community, I saw a statement, but maybe some might suggest it's, it is changing, but I still believe it needs to be more unequivocal.
Yes.
In its support of Guyana's position. So there's a lot of work to be done, Mr. Richards. A lot of work when you look at what is happening and the potential for escalation, because once it gets to that, it's going to be difficult to de-escalate.
Yes,
so we have to try to look at it immediately and deal with some of the realities of the region at this stage.
Yeah, we in the Caribbean. One of the things that we would not like, we don't want any war in the Caribbean. That is what we don't want, and therefore I think everything should be done in order to avoid any conflict.
Mr. Richards, do you know that this issue is at the level of the ICJ, International Court of Justice? After all of the efforts resulting from the 1966 Geneva Agreement did not bear fruit. So we've had aggression since independence, where Venezuela took the half of the Ankoko Island, which is Guyana's, since 1899. They've now built some bridge. Even though I understand nature has dealt with it. But at the same time, we have a problem, excuse me, where we have to have, I think, a greater understanding of the people of the region, or they have to understand and be sensitized every step of the way on Guyana's position.
Yes.
I've been to countries in the region who do not understand. This issue is at the ICJ after exhaustive efforts at some form of finality. So we want to ensure that at the end of it, wherever the ICJ decision comes out, that there's compliance with that judgment. And so while we get all of these levels of escalation, I believe we have to do the diplomatic work. We have to get the military support, and public information is critical.
Yes, yes.
So,
Enrico, what is your final word?
I couldn't agree more about public information is critical, and we have to do the diplomatic footwork around the world, not just talking about Guyana within Guyana, and talking to our friends in the Caribbean and in the Commonwealth. We have to let people know that our position is what it is, and it has been that position from 1899. Agreement was made, the arbitral award was done then. 1905, the Venezuelans agreed with it. There was a a tri-border marker with Brazil, Venezuela, and Guyana, then British Guyana. What bothers me, Desmond, is that somebody could just encroach upon your territory. Then all of a sudden somebody says, well, you know something? You need a lot of arms, you need a lot of guns, you need a lot of air assets. And the little freck, as Guyanese would say, that we are getting from the oil economy, instead of that going towards the development of the people, we have to spend that money on
military
aircraft, that kind of thing. Yeah. So we have to make sure that we let the public know internationally what the challenge is.
Yes, I agree with you. Well, gentlemen, we have to leave it there for today, but we will keep our eyes on the situation because it is our issue, and as we must do whatever we can to maintain peace and integrity in the region. Thank you very much, Professor Curtin. Thank you very much, Mr. Woolford.
Thank you. No problem.
Yes, that was, we were talking about Guyana. There, the Venezuela sending one of their patrol boats into Guyana's water. And we were talking to Dr. Mark Curtin and Enrico Woolford. All right, let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
Service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshments at the lowest prices. The cleanest restrooms and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
When me drink come please never gonna tease her. Boom bang. You don't know it's a rubber dub 8 tonic wine, the finest wine. So all of the man them wanna tune into the wine here, you know. You say if you don't want to go long and strong, you just tune into rubber dub.
It's Tools, Hardware and Supplies anniversary!
And we're saying thank you to all our valued customers.
With incredible savings all of February.
On bathroom fixtures, kitchen and living room.
But there's lots more.
Massive discounts on all products throughout the store.
Porcelain tiles, doors, windows, paints.
Plus unbeatable prices on top quality new arrivals.
Shop now, don't wait.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road.
Or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Make your pockets skyrocket with Mayberry's Tranche 3 public bond offer. Invest from as little as $20,000 and earn 10.25% interest per annum. Take charge of your financial future and invest with confidence, knowing that your money is bound to return. Use your returns to accomplish financial goals, pay personal expenses, and invest even further. Visit bondberryja.com to view the prospectus and to learn more, or contact your investment advisor today. It's time to make your pockets skyrocket with Mayberry.
Welcome again. Welcome back to Rebel Radio. We are going to deal with some local politics now. We're going over to South Trelawney. Yes. And we have with us Dr. Wickham McNeil. He's the People's National Party candidate for South Trelawney. Good evening, Wickham. How are you today?
I am fine, thank you. It's North Trelawney, not South Trelawney.
Yes. Thank you for that, Dr.
Yes,
McNeil. Yes,
South Trelawney has Paul Patmore as the PMP candidate there. I'm in North Trelawney.
Right.
Yes.
And how is it going, Doc? How are you progressing over there?
It's going very well. I felt very welcomed into the constituents and into the communities. I am finding it very good, very intriguing. Been spending a lot of time just getting to know the people and looking at everything that is there on the ground. One of the things I really find is the tremendous potential that North Trelawney has. It's poised, it's almost like a new frontier, and poised for tremendous development. And already there's an increase in the number of hotel rooms that are being built there, with promise of more. There is, of course, a cruise ship pier which is in place, and I think that if we were able to really maximize the benefits of all this development, maximize the development of all that exists, that we and the people of Trelawney in general could really benefit from it, because there's just so much potential. I think that we just have not maximized that potential.
As you say that, you are in your constituency, there's a lot of agriculture is one of the main source of income over in North Trelawney. Am I right?
Yes, a lot of agriculture, of course. Yeah. Even before that, apart from the basic agriculture, there were the huge sugar factories, which for the most part now are closed down. So that element of it no longer exists.
Yes. So the yam farmers.
Yes.
Right. And when I talk to, not all of them, but some of them, is that their issues over there is the fact that some of them are in the hills. In other words, the means of getting their crops out, they are in rural areas, and there are no roads to get their crops out. They have to depend on mules and donkeys to take out their crops. And
the roads are really in bad condition. I mean, I know in the past that we have, as a country, we're a third world country, and we have had issues with roads, but the road condition, and I don't think it's indigenous to just North Trelawney. I mean, I've been traveling the length and breadth of the country. The roads are really, they've never been worse before. The government is now moving, they've started a patching program, and they're trying to patch some of the roads, and they're going to be doing a SPARK program where they're going to fix some other roads. But the problem is that you can't wait 9 years, and then on the eve of election you want to just try and fix everything. It's overwhelming. So there's some patching taking place, but quite frankly, the majority of the roads are really bad. And the real problem with this is it's uncomfortable driving. Yes, that's number one. But from an economic point of view, you make the point about agriculture, getting your produce out. Is difficult, if not in some cases impossible. For persons who work, especially in the hotels where they have shift systems, there are places where, you can't take a night shift because if you're the late shift, because when you get there, taxis won't go on the road at night. So it really is a real problem that impedes economic development. So it's something that has to be focused on. They've started a program, but it's going to take a long time to really get us back on track with our roads.
Yeah. You are a former Minister of Tourism and you spent several years there. Now, the hotel workers, they are having some issues. And what do you make of it? How do you? I see what is being done to get the workers unionized and to get the workers some better working conditions. Now, you have been around tourism for years. What are some of your suggestions, to get the workers in a better condition?
Well, there are a number of things. The first is that, as the leader of the opposition has indicated, we need to ensure that there are basic minimum requirements right across the board for our tourism workers. That's an important part of it is the conditions. Some are better than others, but if we put minimum requirements in place, that would be number one. In terms of the pay, this has been an issue for time. At the root of what happened recently were issues of pay, and you hear all the talk of the shortage of tourism workers in the industry. The reflection of that should be higher pay for the workers, because the more the demand, the less the supply, the more the demand should be an increase in remuneration. But again, it's something that should be looked at. One of the things that I had suggested back in the day that we were moving towards is some basic minimum wage for tourism workers. We are in a situation where that is a consideration, but I think one of the issues we really have to look at is how we treat with the gratuities and deal with that. But quite frankly, the situation with the tourism workers really in a lot of cases comes down to respect, how we move forward and build the industry. And in some places, things are not bad, but in others, it needs basic requirements in place. When I was minister, one of the things the two things that we looked at were really the long-term benefits. Number one, we have to have in everything we do, we have to have, we had started the discussion on the pension schemes, because once persons serve their period of time, you want to ensure that, you reach a certain age that you have a pension. So we had put it in place. I had put the act before the Parliament, and the now minister carried it to completion, to his credit, and we now have a pension scheme. It has been growing. It's not growing at the pace that I think we'd want it to, because it would be good to get completion, because your long-term benefits are important. The second also has to be the housing for tourism workers. We really have not been able to put that in the extent that we want it to go. And I think an important part of that has to do with the housing trust and how they deal with your qualification for housing. And of course, when workers are earning a salary, but they also have a pension, they also have gratuities, it's not part of your basic salary. So we had initiated discussions with the housing trust to look at it, because it would allow us to really move forward with that sort of development. Now, in the late 90s, we had done an industrial plan for Jamaica, which looked at the development, and then shortly after, we had done a tourism master plan. That 10-year plan expired. We had done some further work with it after, but what I think is one of the things that need to be looked at seriously now is the distribution of where the tourism workers are. Places like Princess has recently opened up with, 1,000 rooms. You have expansion of Palladium. You have rooms coming on Harmony Cove, whatever, in Falmouth. All of these are going to need accommodations for tourism workers. Mm-hmm. So you really have to have a plan in place. You can't just say, let's just build the hotels and no plans are in place. And when you're building these plans, they have to be long-term plans, because as you're building housing, then you're going to have problems with water, because if you don't expand your water supplies. So what is happening in Negril now is just being complicated over and over again. Yeah. So you need a proper plan of where we're going. You need to look at putting in place a long-term, the housing for tourism workers, firm up the pension so you have more of it. When people see a future where they are going to be able to work, have proper conditions, have a pay level that they feel they're comfortable with, able to have a house where they can have their family in comfort, proper schools developed because the plans are in place, then you get a sort of complete package. But I get the impression that more and more it's just sporadic things. Let's do this, let's do that, but without putting the package together.
Yes.
I'm sorry for being so long-winded, but everything is connected one to the other.
Yes, because it is a serious issue with the workers. It is a serious issue, and we want it to be addressed, because the work, for example, when the workers took strike action the other day, I was surprised to hear that one of the things they were striking about was food. And then I asked myself, what is it that they are worried that they don't get meals or something like that? And I don't know. And then the other thing is that I learned that the workers are employed by so many different contractors. So it's not one contractor or two contractors that employ these workers. There are multiple contractors, and that will make it difficult, for negotiations.
No, let me just put two things. First of all, when you speak about food or different things, you have to put certain basic minimums requirements in place. I agree, but those requirements have to be thought out and put in place, simply because you may have a job here and they give you food, but they don't give you health insurance. Another one may give health insurance, and another one may give life insurance. There are different realities. And also, when you're doing it, you have big hotels and you have small hotels.
Yes.
Different people can do certain things.
Yes.
So in putting it together, the government sets a framework, and that framework is dealt with. What I'm saying is, I don't think that we have spent the time putting in place the framework.
Yes.
But to negotiate the elements of the framework are difficult to do, because there are different realities to what are offered in different places, and different workers would prefer different things. So there's a level of bargaining taking place. And in terms of their negotiation, there are different levels of negotiation. You have some that deal with unions, which play an important role. There are others that have their staff associations. Some want to do their own things. We live in a democracy. People have the right, and our laws provide for it, to choose whichever they feel most comfortable with. But the government has a role to play in dealing with the framework that's put in place. And this is not just for tourism, wider. It's, you're dealing with one sector. All sectors will come to play at some point in time.
Yes,
but
sir.
That's one element. And as I said to you, it's a discussion and a conversation that leads to a society that's more heading towards a developed society rather than, where we're sort of coming from. And there's another point, how we deal with issues such as contract work. The tourism sector has always had a balance, because at one side there's some properties in tourism that are very seasonal. So you may have people for a certain period of time or not. So there are rules for some contract work. But I do believe that there's a certain amount of abuse of that in certain sectors. So there's an element of us moving towards cutting out that abuse altogether. Having a system where contract work, where necessary, if you're doing something in a short term or something, you can have a contract. But these contracts should not be going on for 2 to 3 years.
Okay.
I will say this, that what you do find happening more and more is that even where some contract work is taking place, a lot of the although the contract work is taking place, I find that the benefits, the long-term benefits of just actual employment, even on the contracts, are getting better. Our laws allow for persons to, you can't just dismiss a person, even once they've worked over a period of time. The government does not, or the law does not allow you to just dismiss people. The rules are there. There are certain other rules. So we're somewhere in a hybrid now, but we need clarity, and it should be tidied up, both for the employee and for the employers.
Are you satisfied with how your colleague is dealing with the industry, Ed? Are you
Here I have a fundamental difference of philosophy. Here I have a fundamental difference of philosophy. I hold nothing against him. They're just different ways of viewing something. There's an expansion in the industry. Jamaica is a very valid place. It's the value of Jamaica, the beauty of our land, the culture of our people, the music, everything we have to offer makes us a very desirable destination. So we will get investment, and we push it, and we get more numbers, and we will bring in visitors, and we should benefit the people. That's the ultimate. I think his focus is more on marketing. I'm trying to bring in people and that sort of thing. Mine is more trying to get more out of the investment. I believe that our country has to benefit more from tourism than it's currently benefiting. I can't believe that you bring on 2,000 rooms in 2 years and you can't reach 1% GDP. That means that the impact something is wrong.
Well,
you understand?
So
you need that's why I started the Linkages Hub, and I do believe that's where we have to go to, developing, finding a way to ensure that Jamaicans in general benefit more from our tourism.
Yes. Well, there's one thing with the industry is that this industry, the majority of the income from this industry does not stays in Jamaica. We know that, right? And the industry gets a lot of benefit from the government, and it's not just now. I am talking over the years, and the the country, yes, it employ people, yes, but we, as you said, we need to do something to earn some more from the product.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So therein lies the difference, I think, the major difference. He has continued the linkages up, but I just believe there's a lot more that we can do in general to earn more for the country, for the people, the benefit to. You can't be standing in Falmouth and the 2 ships are in and you don't see anybody on the street. It's a problem.
Yes.
You know, and then people become resentful.
Yes, of course. And
you can't have the same farmers we were talking about. You can't have those farmers up in Sherwood and Wakefield, etc. And they are, farming, and quite frankly, you have, a couple thousand rooms and a whole population of houses that are being built around it and so forth, and there's no concerted effort to ensure that
some agriculture is
they benefit from. Yes. In other words, let us say you take a crop. Let's say you took yam or you take potatoes or you take, I don't know which, I'm not a farmer, but let's get the right crop. And you say to them, okay, how many have 4,000 rooms, 3,000 rooms, whatever it is, and XY, let's put something in place to ensure it and get the farmers plant in a seasonal manner so you don't have glutton and scarcity. And this is what our government agencies rather than others should be doing, and lock in some contracts and try and ensure that, there is enough there that everybody should be able to do quite well, given the numbers.
Yes, of course.
I just don't think that we have done enough of that. We spend a lot of time pushing everything else overseas, etc. But I just don't feel that that we are doing enough to draw the benefits out and retain the money in Jamaica.
Yes.
It's just a difference of philosophy. Some people focus more on one and others focus more on the other. Mine is to sort of work to ensure that the people can benefit. And it's one of the reasons I've gone to North Trelawney, because I see the potential and I believe that there's a real opportunity in this sort of new frontier to do something to really try and make it a model.
Yes, of course. Well, let us hope that things will work out, so that, the people, as you say, can benefit some more from this product. It is one of the bright spots in our economy. And Rebel Radio, we wish you all the best in North Trelawney. Hope you can.
I really appreciate that, yes.
Yes. And, we never touch about it, but I know there are several issues that you will have to address there. The people in North Trelawney, the roads, the water conditions, yes, those are issues that
it's a real problem. It's a real problem. It's not, look here, right now I was talking to some persons in the industry. And one of the biggest problems you have, you look at a place like the hotel, the Princess and Palladium, some of the biggest complaints they're getting have to do with the roads they travel. I mean, they've allowed the North Coast Highway and all the issues to really kind of fall apart. People are now complaining about your main roads, that you're trying to move them in the tourism sector. That was North Coast Highway came out of the whole issue with that same industrial policy I told you about. And what was put in place to get the investment. We turned 25 years later, 30 years later, and all of a sudden, that plan has now passed its lifespan, and we're having real problems. And so now the biggest complaint you're getting from your tourists are your roads, the main roads. That's a hell of a place to have arrived at. And in doing the industrial policy, you built out a great river, logwood, the water supplies to ensure that those constructions took place, etc., etc. You have now come to a point where they're over capacity. Persons can't get water. So every January, February, March, you're running into some drought in the grill. You know, the planning has been very poor. And these are problems that have taken 10 years to develop, quite a while. It's a real problem.
To be continued, Dr. McNeil. Let us say, we have to end it here today, but let us say to be continued. Thank you very much for your time.
Absolutely.
Okay.
My pleasure.
Yes. That was former Minister of Tourism, Dr. Wickham McNeil, and he is the candidate in Northern Trelawney. Yes. Let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio. Yes, it's, as I said, let us go for a break.
Cool Oasis service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshments at the lowest prices, the cleanest restrooms, and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
When me drink come pleaser, never gonna teaser. Boom bam. You don't know it's a rubber dub 8 tonic wine, the finest wine. So all of the man them wanna tune into the wine here, you know. You say if you don't want to go long and strong, you just tune into rubber dub.
It's Tools, Hardware and Supplies anniversary!
And we're saying thank you to all our valued customers.
With incredible savings all of February.
On bathroom fixtures, kitchen and living room.
But there's lots more.
Massive discounts on all products throughout the store.
Porcelain tiles, doors, windows, paints.
Plus unbeatable prices on top quality new arrivals.
Shop now, don't wait.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road.
Or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
Lion King of Hard.
Make your pockets skyrocket with Mayberry's Tranche 3 public bond offer. Invest from as little as $20,000 and earn 10.25% interest per annum. Take charge of your financial future and invest with confidence, knowing that your money is bound to return. Use your returns to accomplish financial goals, pay personal expenses, and invest even further. Visit bondberryja.com to view the prospectus and to learn more, or contact your investment advisor today. It's time to make your pockets skyrocket with Mayberry.
I need you, Lord, right now. Yeah, yeah. I must tell Jesus all of my trials. I cannot bear these burdens alone. In my distress, He kindly will help me. He ever loves and cares for His own. I cannot be help me. Only Jesus alone. I must tell Jesus all of my troubles. He is a kind and compassionate friend. If I ask him, he will deliver. Make all my troubles quickly at hand. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus. I cannot be. I must tell Jesus. My burdens alone. Burdens alone. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus. Jesus can help me. Only Jesus alone. What must I do when worldliness calls me? What must I do when tempted to sin? I must tell Jesus, and he will help me over the world, victory to win. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus. I cannot be. My burdens alone. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus. Jesus can help me. Jesus can help me. Only Jesus can help me. Only Jesus alone. I want to thank you, Lord, for all you have done. Yeah. He was there just in time to rescue me. He was there just in time to rescue me. I was lost in a world of sin, but he was there to take me. He was there just in time to rescue me. I remember when I couldn't find my way. Hey, I was searching for the truth night and day. Yeah. Never gave up. there's always tomorrow. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I have to carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Please swallow your pride if I have failed. You need to borrow, for no one can feel none of your needs that you won't mention. You just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Please, there is a load you have to bear that you can't carry. I'm right up the road and I share your load. If you just call me, yeah, hold on, yeah. When you need a friend, call on me. You just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need.
Yes, welcome back. And you know it's Monday. It's time for Workers' Time. This is where we spend some time looking at what is happening at the workplace. Yes, how the workers are getting on. And we have with us the president of the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions, St. Patrice Ennis. Mr. Ennis, good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon to you.
Yes, sir. Welcome to Workers' Time. And what are some of the issues, burning, outstanding issues on facing the workers now? We are in March, and therefore I know that the unions are getting ready to start wage negotiations. What are some of the outstanding issues as we speak, sir?
Okay. Of paramount in the public sector is the commencement of the 2025 to 2027 wage negotiations. For most or for many categories of workers, that process would have begun, and with the Ministry of Finance. The JCTU, the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions, has begun last week, Thursday. We commenced our negotiation process, where we clarified our claim for the 2025 to 2027 contract period. Some other bargaining units would have done the same, but you have asked what are some of the critical issues going forward. Arising from our last year, our settlement on the compensation review / restructuring exercise, which we signed off in September of last year, just prior to the departure of the Minister of Finance at the time, Nigel Clark. Right. We had agreed that increment, which was suspended since April 2022, would have been reinstituted by April of this year.
Right.
Workers are looking forward to that reinstitution of the increment, which would mean increment for the period 2022 to 2023, 2023 to 2024, 2024 to 2025. Those increments each would amount to the sum of 2.5%, and so we're looking cumulatively at a 7.5% increase, I believe, cumulatively, not compounded, for the period 2022 to 2025. That payment, which all public sector workers would be eligible for, I believe we're anxiously awaiting, and that is to be implemented April 1 of this year. No, we have not had any wording on that, and we are insistent that we must meet with the minister to get some clarification on that before, as April is fast approaching.
Yes.
And we also have matters that are outstanding. You would have heard in the news that there were various public sector groups, whether it was the nurses, the medical consultants, you had the teachers, and other groups who were expressing their displeasure with the delay from the government in honoring commitments for retroactive salaries or retroactive payments. It is no different with the categories of workers that fall under the JCTU, but and other workers as outstanding payment with respect to mileage, passenger mileage, traveling, uniform allowance, things like overtime. Many other items have not yet been paid in keeping with the agreement. We understand that there have been some delay in getting the costing to the Ministry of Finance, particularly in the health sector. But you would have seen where doctors took
strike action last week.
Right, and you would have heard rumblings from other sectors as well, and those had to do with the ministry or the government not honoring the retroactive payments according to the contracts. Now, that is not only with those categories. We have had, where the uniform allowance is concerned, is that the ministry would have indicated in discussion and in written communication between the JCTU and themselves that the sum, for example, tailoring allowance will be this, and then when they issue their circular, we find that it is a reduced amount, and we find other discrepancies with what we have agreed to and what they have actually begun to implement. Those discrepancies we have put to the ministry must be resolved before we can embark on any serious negotiation. Because if not, then those things strain credibility, and that would suggest bad faith in the negotiation process. Hence, we urge the government to have those matters settled before we can embark on any serious negotiation for the 25 to 27 contract period. We don't want to go into a negotiation or to be seriously discussing the items while matters that we have agreed to, and in some cases that we have the written agreement. Those things are not being honored, and believe that we can just go forward, ignore them, and sign other agreements. I don't think that is something that will aid the negotiation process, and we urge the ministry to complete those things, those outstanding items. So that is what obtains within the public sector, and we disregard things being said by Keith Duncan from the Epoch with respect to having some cap on the public sector negotiation or in what the government can offer with respect to us. We argue that the negotiation must be dealt with on its own merit, And when we go around the table and all the information is presented, and we have full disclosure and transparency with what the real issues are, then we are able to come to some mutual understanding as what should be accepting. What we can settle on. So those are some of the issues, and we believe he has put the cart before the horse, is that we must determine what public sector we need to have, what public sector should do and not do, what public sector should do and pay for, and what public sector should not do and should not pay for. We need to determine the answers to those questions before we begin to say just cut public sector wages or cut the public sector without having an understanding of what is it that we would want the public sector to be dealing with. So those are my commentary where those things are concerned. It's larger in the public sector. Of course, there are other matters pertaining to the private sector which we can delve in a little later.
The last time we spoke, you were supposed to attend a meeting with the hotel workers.
Right.
What is the latest on that?
That meeting did take place, and that was the meeting with the stakeholders, what we call the tripartite arrangement. Mm-hmm. It is called the Labour Advisory Committee or Commission, which is chaired by the Minister of Labour, Honorable Colonel Charles, and it involves the President of the Jamaica Employers Federation and officers from his organization, and also officers from the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Union, along with some other government bodies such as the Attorney General and so on. Mm-hmm. And what we try to do is lay the foundation and set the parameters within which we want to operate and see how we can tackle some of the burning issues that face the labor movement. And one such issue was the hotel sector. Right. They have said that they are going to undertake some study in terms of determining what the real issues are. We ask that we be involved in that determination as to what the real issues are, and they are to go out and come back and present to the LAC, which is Labour Advisory Commission. Mm-hmm. I must tell you, Desmond, that I am not. While those undertakings have been given, but when I look and see what is happening, I don't get the sense that there is urgency to address the issues facing the hotel workers. I get the sense that the government and would like to resolve those issues, because I watch and see the Ministry of Labour being involved, settling disputes and so on, and talking about certain benefits, whether it is housing, whether it is insurance, and none of those things are really saying where is the labor movement involved, meaning that the Confederation of Trade Union, which is a national body, the vanguard of the labor movement, have not been asked to sit at the table to decide or to give their opinion in terms of what is in the best interest of the workers. These things are determined by employer and government, and the labor movement have been left out. That to me is not satisfactory. It doesn't matter how you paint it, and it doesn't matter how I sound, but I do not get the sense that there's any real interest in involving the labor movement into the trade union industry, and I say that without any apology.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, that is the issue, Mr. Ennis. That is the issue, and I don't know, but have you discussed this with your members? In other words, is there a plan? There are plan of action that the trade union.
Well, what the trade union must, what we're trying to do, we do not intend to be complacent. We have asked that a joint industrial council be set up. We believe that whenever the workers get angry and they begin to protest, we are generally called in to somehow assuage and appease and calm down the situation. And once it is calm, there's no need for us anymore. That is not that is not the value of the Confederation or the labor movement. That is not really what true tripartite arrangement is. We believe that many of the persons within the private, particularly the Jamaican element, because as I've said in many fora, that I do not believe that it is these investors who are asking that we employ our persons on 3-month contract, are asking that we deny them the opportunity to be organized as part of the trade union, that is, or to engage in collective bargaining, when those very conditions obtained in their countries from whence they came, and also in other countries where they have set up hotels. Somehow, Jamaica is, when they come to Jamaica, none of those things are observed. And so we believe it is something that emanates from us, the locals here, who are telling these people that they can get away or they can do these things and operate in Jamaica. Recall, Desmond, that in Jamaica, our GDP per capita is less than $7,000.
Yes, US dollars. Yes.
In the Bahamas, where tourism is their primary industry and primary source of income, it is $32,000.
Yes.
Right? Why in Jamaica, which is tourism is our major foreign exchange earner, we are at 7,000, and in the Bahamas, where it is a major foreign exchange, we are at 32. They are 32,000, more than 4 times, 4.5 times less. I mean, it tells you something that is happening here. It tells you something, and so, we can skirt the periphery in terms of how we discuss it, but I do not believe that there is any real serious intent in terms of involving the trade union movement in the hotel sector, recognizing that collective bargaining is a right of the workers, giving them the opportunity to be represented and have a seat at the table to determine their own interests. I believe that is something lacking in the consciousness of our leaders, not just from the government, but across the political aisle, because it was it was the very same case when, the opposition was in government. We have seen no serious intent from our political establishment to have the trade union movement established in the trade union, in the hotel sector, for the last, ever since its inception.
Yeah. All right, sir. Let us say to be continued, but we have to keep watching these situations, so we will, to be continued.
Okay, my brother. Take care.
Thank you very much, sir. It was the president of the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions, St. Patrice Ennis, and we are on workers' time. Let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio.
Service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshments at the lowest prices. The cleanest restrooms and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
When me drink come please never gonna tease her. Boom bang. You don't know it's a rubber dub 8 tonic wine, the finest wine. So all of the man them wanna tune into the wine here, You say if you don't want to go long and strong, you just tune into rubber dub.
It's Tools, Hardware and Supplies anniversary!
And we're saying thank you to all our valued customers.
With incredible savings all of February.
On bathroom fixtures, kitchen and living room.
But there's lots more.
Massive discounts on all products throughout the store.
Porcelain tiles, doors, windows, paints.
Plus unbeatable prices on top quality new arrivals.
Shop now, don't wait.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road.
Or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Make your pockets skyrocket with Mayberry's Tranche 3 public bond offer. Invest from as little as $20,000 and earn 10.25% interest per annum. Take charge of your financial future and invest with confidence, knowing that your money is bound to return. Use your returns to accomplish financial goals, pay personal expenses, and invest even further. Visit bondberryja.com to view the prospectus and to learn more, or contact your investment advisor today. It's time to make your pockets skyrocket with Mayberry.
Seems like forever, and you nights of confusion has been so long. Your ship has lost anchor, and the storm got you drifting. Just hold on to Jesus and ride out your storm. Ride out your storm. God is still with you. You may not feel it, but you're not alone. You're hurting now, but your morning is coming. Lord of mercy, just hold on to Jesus and ride out your storm. Remember his promise. He said, I'll never forsake you. Though the waters are troubled, they'll do you no harm. Don't give up the battle, for your answer is coming. Just hold on to Jesus and just ride out your storm. Ride out your storm. God is still with you. You may not feel it, but you're not alone. You're hurting now, but your morning is coming. Lord of mercy, just hold on to Jesus.
Yes, welcome back. As I said, it is workers' time, and we have with us Grenadian trade unionist Mr. Andre Lewis with us now. Good evening, Mr. Lewis.
Good afternoon, good evening, my brother. How are you?
Well, I am supposed to be fine, sir. Yes, so last week we had a discussion. What is We're talking about the situation with
Contract work?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So, yes.
Interestingly enough, right? You see how the labor movement and employers are the way when they decide to be what we call bad-minded towards workers. As we speak, the Grenada Technical and Allied Workers Union, together with its members at the Grenada Electricity Company, the load power plant in Grenada, had protest action on the street of St. George this morning.
Yes.
It has to do with a case of two workers that one worked to the company from 2022 to 2024. That's March 2024. And one worked from 2019 to July 2024. In our collective agreement, there's a collective agreement between the company and the union. It clearly states that you can have temporary workers, but they would have to be for periods of less than 6 months, because you can have people who will come in and do something and then have to leave. Someone may come in and hold on for someone who is on leave, someone who is on study leave, etc., etc. But what this company did, and we need to understand context here. In 2021, 2022, the government of Grenada then bought back the majority shares from the private sector company WRB. Because these are companies that have been ripping off our countries, taking all our profits and go out of the country, etc., etc. So as we speak, Grenlec, the electricity company, is majority state-owned.
Yes.
And therefore, one would expect the government, the state, to treat its people, especially young people, one a female who is under 25, and another one who is just in his early 30s, a male, right? Where unemployment is a troubling matter for young people. These are people who have given years of service to the company. What the company did, in both of the cases, the company will cut their employment, sometimes 3 days or 1 week before they make the 6 months. Are you following me?
Yes, I'm following you.
Send them home.
Yes.
Now this is Grenlec. This is a Grenada Electricity Company. This is not a fly-by-night company. This is not a shop, a corner shop on the corner in some village. Are you following me?
Yes,
but this is a company that's supposed to have its corporate social responsibilities and just treat people with dignity. Especially, it is owned by the state.
Yes.
So what has happened? What has happened is that the company sent home the young guy, and we pointed out, well, no, in keeping with the collective agreement, anything over 6 months and above, he'll automatically become permanent.
Right.
The company argued and publicly argued that in no case did this guy work for 6 months or more straight, continuously, all the years there for 2022. We went before the Minister for Labor because we had taken industrial action, right? The workers stood up, the union led the workers into industrial action. We ended up before the Minister for Labor. And the Minister for Labor, based on the evidence that the union produced, and these are company letterheads, where the company wrote the worker based on their employment history. And it was demonstrated by the minister, not by us, by the minister, that the guy worked for close to 9 months continuous.
Yes.
The company case then fell flat because when we started, we put on the table, company, are you saying that if he worked for 6 months or more, if we can demonstrate that, then he ought to be permanent? They said yes, because that was the nature of the public release. Once they recognized that they lost that, they cut up the table. They came there with about 3 lawyers. They can't find money to pay workers, but they could take about 3 lawyers to come and fight ordinary workers. This is a state-owned company.
Yeah.
A state-owned company, right? So that's one matter. Second, the young lady who is under 24 worked with the company as an intern since she was at the T.A. Marshall Community College.
Yes.
So she did her internship with the company from that time. And she worked there for 5 years straight. Now, what they used to be doing, although she was there for 5 years, they will cut her service. And as the minister formed, the Minister for Labor is also the Attorney General. So she's also the legal advisor to Cabinet. So we need to bear that in mind. And she found that the company, my words, was dishonest in what they were doing and saying. Okay, this was proven. And therefore, she said that the workers ought to be taken back. Because remember, this is a state-owned company.
Yes.
This company, the majority of the boards of directors are put there by the government.
Yes.
Right? But That was since last year, September. Last year, September. As we speak, the company has not taken back the workers. Well, here what they did. They went behind our back and contacted the workers. But the workers contacted us, and we went there to get rid of the workers. And you know what they offered the workers?
No.
You know, because we are poor, ordinary people, and they figure that money is everything for us. In one case, they offer $5,000 to buy out the worker. That's 5,000 EC dollars.
Yes.
A worker who is in the money, who wants to make a career in the lone power plant, right, where they can improve their standard of living, etc., take care of their family. But you offer that worker $5,000, and then the other worker $10,000, basically accepted that they have to pay the workers for the years of service. But the workers did not do anything to be dismissed. It is just a company way of wanting to have temporary workers, which I call the cable and wireless model. I want to bring your mind back, my brother, in Jamaica, as was happened through the region, because Jamaica was hit real hard.
Yes.
Cable and wireless ruthlessly contracted out the services that they had the cable and wireless workers performing in Jamaica. And all of these, so these workers are worse off today.
Yes.
So what we are seeing is that Grenadier appears, in keeping with the government's approach, wanting to go what we call the cable and wireless model, which we will not allow to happen. Yeah. So I'm saying this, that only last week, when we spoke, we were looking at, how companies, private sector companies and the state dealt with what you call contract work.
Yes.
But here is a living example of two young people. And in one case, the young sister started to work at the age of 19 or thereabouts, probably 18, because she was at the T.A. Marito Community College. That's one of our tertiary institutions, doing internship, and she never worked anywhere else. As a matter of fact, the minister called her and spoke to her directly to confirm not what we are saying, but what she was saying. And then in the case of the male colleague, by the company's own correspondences that they sent to him, it was confirmed that he was there for more than 8 months, which is 2 months beyond the 6 months.
Yes.
But here what the company did. Here are some of the times that the company will want to argue that they broke his contract. So let us say Independence Day, February 7th. I use it as an example. It's a public holiday, right? So they will give him a letter where his services were required up to the 6th of February. And then give him another letter for him to come back on the 8th of February. Are you following me how wicked they are?
Yes,
and I must say this because, and this is what the government is condoning, and I must say it so. And I'm saying this so within the context of where this administration recently withheld the Public Workers Union dues. So we are seeing signs that the horizons, the clouds are getting heavy and thick. Yes, storm clouds are on the horizons. And therefore the government has an opportunity. The government has an opportunity to do what is right, to do what is ethically, morally, and legally right. Right? This is not a private sector company. This is not when WRB, that private company from Miami or Florida, right, had majority shares in the company. Right. And they would do what they want and try to get away with it. This is a case where the state bought back the majority of shares.
Right, so.
And how do we have two young people, able and willing to work? In the case of the gentleman, he left another job that he had in order to go to work with Grenadier because he saw it as a more stable job. Are you following me?
Yes.
Right? And what he was doing was a highly skilled job. He's trained to do that. He's competent to do that. They have no issues with his competency because they kept him there from 2022 to 2024, and in the latter part of 2023, they kept him up to February, March of 2024, where he was there for close to 9 months continuously.
Yes.
Right. So the workers, we were on the street today, to the street of St. George.
Okay.
And the workers are not working. The workers are not working because we need to send a strong message that enough is enough, and solidarity is important. Solidarity is important. And hats off to the workers of Grenadier and the population, because I have not come across any Grenadier publicly who is siding with the company.
Okay.
Yes, we walked through the street of St. George today and we distributed some pamphlets, yes. Right? If you are willing, we can probably get one to you. if you are willing, we can probably get one to you, so you can see the basic issues there.
Yes, you could WhatsApp one to me. Or email it to me. Yes, I would.
Yes, most send me your email address.
Yes, I will do that.
Send me your email address and we will get it to you.
Okay.
So only last week we were speaking about that.
Yes, sir.
Only last week we were speaking about what companies have been doing and what governments have been doing.
Yes.
But here we have a living example. And it is very simple. The state just needs to say, look, because remember the company is not owned majority by the state.
Right.
And the Minister for Labour, who is also the Attorney General, who is the legal advisor to Cabinet, found that the company was not too honest, or what's that effect? My words. Yes? In its dealing. In other words, the company surreptitiously tried to get around what one will call, once you work for more than 6 months, right? Or the different types of contract, by breaking the contract a few days before, and then almost immediately calling them back to work.
Yeah. What happened to that matter? What happened to that matter where they? I think it was another that matter there that the Congress of Labour had came out in support of you too, with that.
The Public Workers Union with the Jews.
Yeah, you're right.
So as we speak, the union got some Jews, but that was for January month. They have not, to the best of my knowledge, right to speak, I don't think they have already gotten December. And you remember we had indicated to you that the government, the cabinet secretary, which is in the Prime Minister's office, had sent out a poll of the workers in terms of a petition for them to say yes or no. As we speak, I'm trying to get some further information as to where it is at the moment. Yes. So once I get that, once I make contact with you again or vice versa, I can give you an update on that.
Yes, yes. And last week meeting in Barbados, how was that?
Well, it was a heads of government meeting, the 48th.
Yeah.
The Caribbean Congress of Labour is an associate member of CARICOM. Well, we are there. We got a chance to make one or two little intervention, not during the main meeting, but at least it's a step in the right direction because our colleagues in the past, our presidents and general secretaries and the executive of the CCL have been fighting over the years to get us an official seat on the council within CARICOM. Right. And that has materialized. And that's what speaks about constant struggle. And, I remember Sister Tony Moore, I think it is Sister Tony Moore, the General Secretary of the Barbados Workers Union, or the Minister for Labour in Barbados. I think it's Sister Tony Moore, said that one of the leading members in Barbados, who may not be no longer around with us, or some other writer had said that we must always seek to be at the table. And if we are not invited to the table, if we don't get a seat at the table, we should walk with our folded chairs. So that was such a powerful statement. What that means is that you have to be in it in order to win it. So you have to be in it, at least know what is happening. And as, an axe, a small axe, you take many swipes or many strikes at a tree to fell that tree. Right. Yes. So it is constant engagement, and there are people who may wish to make this engagement very uncomfortable, but we must not give up. We must continue to represent the voice of the working people of the Caribbean region. Yes, and constant engagement. And therefore, this is what your platform is doing, my brother.
Yes, sir.
Your platform is giving us that opportunity to speak right through the region.
Yes.
Speak right through the region so we can be aware of what is happening. Because it is solidarity forever.
Yes,
right?
Sir.
It is about solidarity. What happens in Jamaica will impact us in Grenada. As a matter of fact, the Cable and Wireless group of companies, all the companies in all the countries in the region where Cable and Wireless operated before, we had a working group. And we used to be meeting. So our colleagues, like Cavan Gale, Rudy Thomas,
yes.
Lambert, and others, and Gary and others, and from the Staff Association, yes, Lambert Brown, yes, from the UAW and the BITU. We were able to meet together constantly to engage and re-engage and plan our regional approach. But obviously the companies have recognized what was happening, and therefore they have disbanded that operation. So what we need to do and what we continue to do is to reach out to each other to find out what is happening. So for instance, if one would be in contact with my brother and friend, Cavan Gill, Rudy Thomas, Lambert Brown, right, discussing issues, because we need to be aware of what is happening. Because what these companies do, they try to get away with all kind of different things in one company, in one country, and once they get away with it, they will want to come in another country and try it.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Right. So we have to stay together, and therefore platforms like yours allow us to be able to speak out so that people can follow what is happening. So thank you very much for that engagement, my brother.
Yes,
I'm about to head into another meeting now.
Yes.
I'm so pleased to be able to engage with you.
Yes.
And we'll keep you updated and abreast.
Thank you very much. And as we say on Rebel Radio, to be continued, sir. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. That was Andre Lewis, Grenadian trade unionist. You heard him telling us about what is happening in Grenada. And as you are aware, we at Rebel Radio, what we try to do is to get the workers and the trade unions together. That is what we are doing at Rebel Radio. We want the trade unions in the region to be together. We want them to act as one voice on behalf of the workers, because as you are aware, we are one people, and as the issues faced by the trade union are similar. There are similar issues faced by the trade unions around the region, throughout the region. And we want them to be together so that they can defend and fight for the rights facing the workers. Right. You heard the president of the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions expressing the view that he was not convinced that the unions were wanted in the tourism industry, right? The government, the Ministry of Labor and the Ministry of Tourism, they have taken on the role of settling issues on behalf of the workers, leaving the trade unions out. And we want to know why this is done, because these hoteliers, foreign-based hoteliers, they have operations in other Caribbean countries where the unions are there representing the workers. So we can't see why the workers, the hotel workers in Jamaica, are not unionized. We can't understand what is happening there. But we will continue to, highlight these issues because, as you are fully aware, the workers are very, capital and labor must work together, right? And the unions in Jamaica at the moment, especially those representing the public sector, they are getting ready to start negotiations for new wage benefits, but as Mr. Ennis pointed out, that there are some outstanding issues which were agreed on, and the unions are still waiting for those issues to be settled. Wage issue, there are some outstanding money there for the workers that were agreed on, and therefore they are waiting to see when these sums are going to be paid, right? And what we don't want this here to be a rocky year for the workers. We don't want that. So let us hope that the unions and, they will be able to settle these issues at the table. All right, it is coming up to 5 now, and it is going to be time for sports and entertainment. So let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio.
Service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshments at the lowest prices. The cleanest restrooms and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
When me drink come please never gonna tease her. Boom bang. You don't know it's a rubber dub health tonic wine, the finest wine. So all of the man them wanna tune into the wine here, you know. You say if you don't want to go long and strong, you just tune into rubber dub.
It's tools, hardware, and supplies anniversary!
And we're saying thank you to all our valued customers.
With incredible savings all of February.
On bathroom fixtures, kitchen, and living room.
But there's lots more.
Massive discounts on all products throughout the store.
Porcelain tiles, doors, windows, paints.
Plus unbeatable prices on top quality new arrivals.
Shop now, don't wait.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road.
Or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Make your pockets skyrocket with Mayberry's Tranche 3 public bond offer. Invest from as little as $20,000 and earn 10.25% interest per annum. Take charge of your financial future and invest with confidence, knowing that your money is bound to return. Use your returns to accomplish financial goals, pay personal expenses, and invest even further. Visit bondberryja.com to view the prospectus and to learn more, or contact your investment advisor today. It's time to make your pockets skyrocket with Mayberry.
Blessings and salutation. Welcome to the first Monday in this month of March 2025. This is the weekend roundup on the world of sports and entertainment. Okay. Immediately we didn't have much actions on the weekend where overseas football is concerned. It was the FA Cup and some other knockout cup. But what is happening here in Jamaica now is a JPL, it's that the referee are on strike, and the matches that were supposed to be played on the weekend and tonight, I haven't heard anything coming out, so them have some issues with the association that is in charge of the referee, and some money to be paid to the referees, and it look like it is not being settled. So we are hoping that a speedy resolution comes about, that this can be settled, because we can't afford for no football to be playing in the JPL, because the season is looking promising, and the clubs and the players are looking good. So we just asking that those who are responsible for the referee and their fees, just to meet them and let them get what they are supposed to get, because they want back the football to continue. So as a result, the Monday night games are for tonight. We haven't gotten anything if there's going to be any game at Arnett Gardens, the doubleheader there. So, which at this time is highly unlikely if there's any game, but I don't know what can possibly happen between now and the time to play, but I haven't heard anything as yet, any new development where that is concerned. So that's what's happening now. All right, let us get to the meat of the thing now, because the round of 16 is upon us in the Champions League, right? And everyone is waiting to see what's gonna unfold comes tomorrow, which is Tuesday, the 4th of March 2025. And yes, the first match at 12:45 we'll see Club Brugge hosting Aston Villa. That's at 12:45 tomorrow. The first leg at Club Brugge of the round of 16 there. At 3 p.m. these are the following other matches. Borussia Dortmund will be hosting Lille. PSV Eindhoven will be hosting Arsenal, and Real Madrid will be hosting Atletico Madrid. So those are the match for Tuesday in the round of 16 and Champions League. Okay, for Wednesday at 12:45 p.m. at Feyenoord will be hosting Inter in that first leg. Bayern Munich will be hosting Bayer Leverkusen. Wow, that's surprising. I never expect two teams from Germany to be playing in the round of 16. So, but it's different. Bayern Munich will be hosting Bayer Leverkusen at 3 p.m. Benfica will be hosting Barcelona, and at the same time, 3 p.m. PSG, Paris Saint-Germain, will be hosting Liverpool. So those are the matches, respectively, for Tuesday and Wednesday in the Champions League. In the Europa League now, on Thursday, AZ Alkmaar will be hosting Tottenham Hotspur. FSB will be hosting Lyon. These are the match at 12:45. Fenerbahce will be hosting Rangers. Real Sociedad will be hosting Manchester United, and those matches are at 12:45. At 3 p.m., AS Roma will be hosting Athletic Club, and Ajax hosting Eintracht Frankfurt. Bode Glimt will be hosting Olympiacos, and Victoria Plzen will be hosting Lazio. In the Conference League round of 16, FC Copenhagen will be hosting Chelsea. Molde will be hosting Legia Warsaw, as a Polish team. Panathinaikos from Greece will be hosting Fiorentina. Real Betis will be hosting Victoria de Guimarães. And those matches are at 12:45. At 3 p.m. Barak Banajo Luka will be hosting Rapid Wien, and Jagiellonia Bialystok will be hosting Cercle Bruges. NK Silje will be hosting Lugano, and Paphos FC will be hosting Djurgården. Those are in the conference of the round of 16. Those are the matches you're looking at for Tuesday and Tuesday Champions League, Wednesday Champions League, Thursday Europa League, and Thursday again the Conference League right there. So that takes care of those fixtures this week for the Champions League, Europa, and the Conference League. Okay, so there was so much, but I have not much time to give you, and those are what I want to give you in football. And of course, the track and field meet went on the weekend, where both Kingston College and Hydel defended their titles respectively. And it's just a few weeks. People are wondering if and that they took part at the GC Foster, if the stadium is going to be ready in time for the boys and girls championship, which will be at the end of this month. Okay, so far that's what we can give you at this time on the weekend roundup in the world of sports. All right, let us get into some music right here. And I want to, put forward again the young sensation Dredon, and this one is called Real Life. Father, I should say, right?
The Lord will preserve him and keep him alive, and he shall be blessed upon the earth, and thou will not deliver him unto the will of his enemies. Echo Shataya, rock is higher than high. Bam to them. Me prefer rule by myself. Me no follow back a man and the hypocrites. No fit a go long only me and me Bible, me trust and me God. Enough cut and me glad. Enough a snake in a grass, wolf in a sheep. Lad them would mind see me mad out and go pan rehab. Lucky thing I never feed them links alone man have. We grow rough and be bad. Now you see father, left them there to karma. Stepping up the ladder, the more them fight we go harder. Now you see father, left them there to karma. We never left the piranha, the more them fight we go harder. Me see bad mind like y'all, enough of them a keep belly. That's why me no left it chrome with the cheap belly. Enough of them heart wash off with a cheap jelly. Claim said them a friend, but me see it a friend enemy. Me them can't program, that's why them a penny me. Granny still a pray pan top a get sending me. Enough grudgeful for me style and me melody. Chant a song that a the remedy. Father, left them there to karma. Stepping up the ladder, the more them fight we go harder. Now you see father, left them there to karma. We never left the piranha, the more them fight we go harder. Me prefer rule by myself, me no follow back a man and the hypocrites. No fit a go long only me Bible, me trust and me God. Enough cut and me glad, enough a snake in a grass, wolf in a sheep. Lad them would mind see me mad out and go pan rehab. Lucky thing I never feed them links alone man have. We grow rough and be bad. We come and chat around and we are running wrong. Teeth and tongue. Yo, tweet and done. Like your thing them around. One to them. You know say straight to the day that I will be. Talk to them, one to them, father. Come on, more than fine to go harder. Father. Yeah. Belly go never left the piranha. Father, left them heavy karma. Echo Shataya, rock is higher than high.
Yeah, man. New sensation rising star Dredon, of course, from the Warrior Chief Production, Father. Yeah, there's a lot more now coming from the artist himself, Yes, I want.
Say more like you all place, and him don't afraid, and him not give a fuck about no gun key.
Delete that.
Wouldn't I think of full time? Till we stop being victimized, organize and centralize, take the shackles off your mind. Black nation rise, hold the head up with pride. Them no care about black lives, now the ship a capsize. Open up your eyes. Firstly, every African a queen and king. No
know your past and you will know yourself wicked. Black man not got our color and no sin. Never trade my roots, me proud of my skin. Sin I forget the old slave master Jim. Pan back with a sting and you know them now bring them from the plantation. Nowadays a prison, hear the ancestors them singing African hymns. But we have to rise up in order to win. We have to stay afloat in sinkings and we can't sink. Call out the black leaders in our communities. We stand against injustice and stand for unity. And in action rise. We don't think of full time. Till we stop being victimized, organize and centralize. Let the shackles off.
You don't know, it's just a weekend run up and that's in the last couple of minutes to have until the next program, and we're gonna be back here on Wednesday, so I'm gonna just make a close up with this one by our cover song lady Coney. Yes.
If you sight the fullness, if you don't know the half, them milk the mother cow and them won't kill the calf. Check the status, it's off, the grid off the graph. Look how much plucky youths them kill off the rascal. Is serious.
Yeah, man, I just want everybody to know that yes, we are here again, and I want to just let everyone know what is new that's coming up. We have a lot of music, coming from the various artists. I have songs from Mikey Crucial. We have, of course, from Ayawater. The man himself from Johnson Sinai TV. I know you're doing a lot of stuff, so we're gonna just highlight those as soon as we get more time right here on Rebel Radio. So we're gonna close out right now. Here on the World of Sports and Entertainment Weekend Run, we're gonna close out with this song, cover song by Coney. Not getting it? Okay. Okay, so far. Not gonna get that one. All right, its time is up, and it's come to the end of the World of Sports and Entertainment Weekend Roundup, and we'll be back here on Wednesday again to give you some more of the latest in music and what is happening in sports. So we don't have much time to play that other song, so we're gonna be back here again. So stay good and be good. Be careful on the road. Out.
It's time to rise up. Stand and take your place. Rise up, shine like the sun. Rise up, rise up. Your journey has just begun. Rise up, rise up. Stand like the rain.
Cool Oasis service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshments at the lowest prices, the cleanest restrooms, and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
When me drink and please her. Never gonna tease her. Boom, bam. You don't know, so rubber dub, elk, tonic wine, the finest wine. So all of the man them want to tune into the wine here, You say if you don't want to go long and strong, you just tune into rubber dub.
It's tools, hardware, and supplies anniversary!
And we're saying thank you to all our valued customers.
With incredible savings all of February.
On bathroom fixtures, kitchen, and living room.
But there's lots more.
Massive discounts on all products throughout the store.
Porcelain tiles, doors, windows, paints.
Plus unbeatable prices on top quality new arrivals.
Shop now, don't wait.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road.
Or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Make your pockets sky skyrocket with Mayberry's Tranche 3 public bond offer. Invest from as little as $20,000 and earn 10.25% interest per annum. Take charge of your financial future and invest with confidence, knowing that your money is bound to return. Use your returns to accomplish financial goals, pay personal expenses, and invest even further. Visit bondberryja.com to view the prospectus and to learn more, or contact your investment advisor today. It's time to make your pocket skyrocket with Mayberry.
First need to open the video that is being streamed live. Look for the chat box on the side or bottom of the video player. This is where you can type your message. Click inside the chat box and use your keyboard to type out what you want to say. You can type words, use emojis, or even ask questions. Once you've typed your message, press the enter key on your keyboard or click the send button. Your comment will then appear in the chat for everyone watching the live stream to see. If you want to send another comment, just type it in the chat box again and press enter or send. Your new comment will show up below your previous one.
Portmore as a parish. The debate about Portmore continues despite passage of a bill in the lower and upper houses of Parliament to make the community a parish, Jamaica's 15th. Frankly speaking, the two political parties are at loggerheads over it, drawn on different sides of the debate. The government says it is pressing ahead, and the opposition insists it won't have Portmore become a parish, at least not now. But frankly speaking, what do the people, the residents of Portmore, of the municipality, say? What do they want? And what is it like living in Portmore anyway? We are joined today, not by the politicians, not by three residents of Portmore. We have with us right now Steve Johnson, who is president of Garvey Mead Citizens Association, has lived there for eons, from when Portmore was sold for. We're not even going to, when Garvey Mead was being sold for, we're not even going to remind you what those prices were. And we have Garfield Swaby of Bridgeport, also living there for a long time. We are expected to be joined a little later by Danny Williams, but our producer Joshua will tell us how that goes. Good day. This is the Frankly Speaking Jamaica podcast, episode 157 for Sunday, March 2, 2025. Thank you for joining us today. Please remember to like and share this podcast, and we encourage you to subscribe to the Frankly Speaking Jamaica podcast YouTube channel. Now, we invite you to type in your comments if you want to comment to the spaces on this channel as described at the start of the show. Also, you may send text by WhatsApp to 876-503-9995. That's 876-503-9995. And you may continue doing so during the show and after. So now to our guests. We want you all to, both of you gentlemen, each first take a minute to introduce yourself and let us know how you feel. Generally, just as a summary, we're going to go into it in details, how you feel about Portmore becoming a parish. And we want to start with you, Mr. Johnson.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Again, thank you, Franklin, for inviting me to this forum. Good afternoon, listeners. So I am Steve Johnson. I'm the president of the Garvey Citizens Association. I've been so for the last 5.5 years. And as well, I have been very vocal in the whole aspect of Portmore becoming a parish. While it is that we would love for Portmore to evolve to that point. I do think in the whole development of Portmore itself, it is important that we move in a specific sort of way, in a project type way, that it is well thought out, it is inclusive, it has direction, it shows transparency. And as a result of that, because of that inclusivity, everybody has a say in how the whole project moves ahead, even to the point of becoming a parish. To have it done by government unilaterally, I don't think it's the best way forward. It has never been the Portmore way in how we do business, in how we discuss, in how we move ahead. And that is the apprehension that I have with regards to this appointment of Portmore, because it has always been inclusive.
We're going to come back to you, Mr. Johnson. We're going to come back to you and give you full vent and discussion. Let's hear from Mr. Swaby now. We're going to discuss it now.
Yeah,
Swaby, your time, sir.
Hello, everyone. I said Mr. Garfield Swaby, that's my name. I've been residing
Can you pitch up a little higher?
Yes, I've been residing in Portmore for decades now. A community activist. At some point in time, I've done some volunteer or some work to help establish or further several different communities in Portmore. As far as this particular issue is concerned, I don't see any drawbacks to it, so I don't have a problem with Portmore becoming a parish.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's stay with you first of all, and if our colleagues want to jump in, here's your time. Feel free, and Mary will be giving us some of the comments as they come in. Now, Mr. Swaby, just tell us what you think are the good things about, or what have you been told are the good, or what do you expect? What have you been told? What do you expect? And what you think are the good things about Portmore becoming a parish?
All right, so to my understanding, what is really necessary for Portmore to become a parish, throw away all the rigmarole, is jurisdiction, which means we would have to get the jurisdiction of being a parish, having our own courthouse, our own court system. That alone is enough for me to say, hey, that's just a benefit. Because right now, we do have a courthouse here in Portmore. It's a very small thing. But the point is, if you have ever been caught up in the courthouse system, and you know that you have to go to court, right now people in Portmore have to go to Spanish Town, which means people in Spanish Town is going to Spanish Town, and other people in St. Catherine is going to Spanish Town. So you get caught up in the court system for hours, maybe the whole entire day. If Portmore court is just dealing with Portmore stuff, it makes it shorter for you. But that's just one. Also, the whole talk about if we retain 100% of our taxes versus a percentage of our taxes, that would benefit us as well, as far as bringing in more revenue for our community of Portmore.
Land tax, property tax.
Yes, sir.
And some of the motor vehicle tax.
Exactly, because I think Portmore has a 94%, 94% compliance rate. I know Mr. Johnson, we hear, pay your property taxes, with the car going around and, set up Portmore, pay your taxes, and we come out. So they really go out and are proud of Portmore.
We don't question community politics.
Okay, great. So there's a start. Any questions, my colleagues? And Mary, remember, jump in, because I see the comments coming in.
Yes, I remember those politicians when I was growing up, where it was not the glam thing it is today. The people would actually be in the community, footing it and doing the footwork to get the people involved, because a lot of us believe that the government is Andrew Holness, and Portia seems to know the new whoever is on the field.
Mark Golding.
When they think of government, they think of these people as the government, not realizing that we're the government and it is our money that enables us to fix the road and pay the light and pay out all of this in welfare that we need to get people off. But anyways, we have some comments. Hi, Jeffrey is here with us, and Jeffrey says that I asked a question about what you think about Portmore becoming a parish, and Jeffrey is saying that why the rush to hold on, one comment disappeared. Why the rush to make Portmore become a parish? I think we do another parish. I think we do need another parish in Jamaica. Then we have
do not.
Is do not you want to say?
I think because it would be in conflict with the rush.
It did not would make. So we thought the not, but I think that would make sense.
There you go. He says not.
We do not need another not. Thank you, Jeffrey. Yes, we do not need another parish. While Taiwan Henry says, I'm all for Portmore becoming the parish thing grew at time of progress. Yes.
You
Welcome,
know,
Margot. As well, Margot is here, and we are waiting on her comment to see what she has to say about the Portmore thing. But so far,
you
we have
know,
a
fun,
one for one. We have a one for
you know,
one.
fun, fundamentally, I don't have a problem with Portmore becoming a parish. But what I know about Portmore is that the things in Portmore usually goes through processes. So what is missing here is that the people have not been consulted with, right? And therefore, for example, Portmore is the only place where they have elected their own mayor, and that was done through a process. So what I think must be done is that the people must be consulted with, and there are some infrastructure development that is required. Now, what I observe, the Electoral Commission has pointed out that the process that is being taken right now is going to breach the Constitution. Now, if we are going to make Portmore
because some of the boundaries cut across electoral boundaries.
Yes. And I am saying, if we are going to make Portmore into a parish, we shouldn't have to go through any we mustn't have any legal challenges. I think it is a place that has developed over the years from when it started, and it has been done smoothly. So I think the government should just, handle the process in a very sensible way and talk to the people. Right now, do we know if the people of Portmore want Portmore to be a parish? Have we consulted with them? That is what I think must be done.
I
would love to come in on that.
Your time before we
yes,
go
I have suggested from the 1990s that Portmore is unique in many ways and should have its own parish status. That's from the 1990s. I suggested that. And while we talk, I remember very well because my brother helped with that Causeway Bridge that was made for entrance to Portmore. And I also remember when toll was to be charged. Who prevailed in the long run for the toll? Don't you have toll now? Didn't the citizens object at that time? And they'd still have to pay the toll to go home. There was a long drawn out thing that some people might have forgotten. So unfortunately, the politics getting in the way of this thing. And I don't like what is happening. It can be done in a better way. Portmore has its own issues, and Portmore should really be able to deal with the issues. Nowhere else in the island has those issues. Two places I suggested. Port Royal is different, and Portmore is different. So those two P's, they should be treated differently and not be mixed. Portmore should not be mixed up with St. Catherine as a large parish already.
All right, we're coming to Mr. Johnson after Mary. If you
yes, we have Tawan who has come in with her vote for yes, Portmore should be a parish, and I sense that she's just annoyed with these people with the back and forth. In her comment says, were they consulted when their road became a toll road? The out here is all that people think they are going to be displaced. The people want to be a parish, and it's long overdue. She's tired of the back and forth with it.
Okay, and I see Israel.
Yes, Israel. I figure that Israel, you're going to will learn a little bit more like myself about the benefits of becoming a parish, because that's where he's asking what are the benefits of being a parish. So I just tell him what your guest has said so far about having your own courthouse and a portion of the land tax going back to the community. But we'll hear.
All right, Mr. Johnson. So you have said. You're not that you're against the process, but you're against how the process is going. you expected a sort of evolution of Portmore to that space. Define that for us a little more.
All right. In 2013, Portia Simpson made an address to a number of persons at a ceremony with regards to Portmore, in which she had said that it should really be evolving in a way of having, say, a 10-year plan to move towards being a parish. So there's no problem with it being a parish, but it needs to be done in the way, as your fellow colleague had said, that includes the input of the citizens. Now, where we have done with regards to the representation and the whole aspect of more or less trying to find out if the residents are in favor, is that we have had some online engagements and 2 showings in parish. If we're working off the census that was taken in 1987, where it said it was 220,000 persons, which now has doubled, then you taking 2 online sessions and 1 open year session does not even constitute 1% or 0.1% of the citizens. What really should have had was a number of referendums and discussions. And it seems to me that you're putting the cart before the horse, because when you speak about certain aspects of it, making Portmore a parish, we once had 22 parishes. That was done based on the amount of slaves that you had in each area, to which you had a courthouse that had to deal with each set of slaves. However, we are in a modern society. Mr. Wheatley had said we are going to do this differently. You cannot then say that and know that there are a bunch of persons who are in a part of that project that have project management experience, and then come and say at the end of it, all you need to do is have a parish court. That is the first thing. It's wrong. Because if it is that you're going to do it in a modern way that reflects a modern society, then you should not be reverting to the colonial way of doing it when you're met with a challenge. You are moving forward to set the example so that other parishes can be made, so make it a modern process. The modern process is inclusivity. Inclusivity means that you have to have a referendum and feedback from the very residents that is going to affect, not only in terms of what you're going to do, but in terms of how it is governed. It is the same governance that has moved Portmore from being a sleepy seaside town to where it is now as a city in the shortest possible time, and when in comparison to other municipalities in which they have had this sort of riffraff, including what has happened in Kingston with development companies who are building in people's backyard. Those people don't have a say. Portmore persons have a say, which means that you feel inclusive in the community. You feel like you want to journey with the community. You want to evolve with the community. So if it is that you're going to bring it towards a parish, give us a 10-year plan. Set it out in front of us. Convince us that you're going to do this, and at each point that you reach this point in the plan, you are satisfied that, and as well that you're bringing the people along so that you will be fully supported in establishing your parish. And that, I will add at the end of this, is also inclusive of that hospital that we're talking about. Those infrastructure. If the population that you have done the census for it, 87 is 220, the first thing that should have been done is a modern census. That's how you determine what is needed.
Well, I was going to say that's a shame that even now we're not even finished the census. That was what?
That was
4 years ago, interrupted, of course, by COVID. It's a shame that we haven't been able to complete. It's really disgraceful.
Exactly.
But
and that would have been the first step.
But I'm coming back again to you, Mr. Swaby.
Yes, sir.
Can I just ask you about the consultation? Are you satisfied? And when you go around, that people have heard enough, that people know enough what this parish, what benefits, and for you, the benefits include, I don't think that's the only benefit that you see. The courthouse, you don't know necessarily when you're going to get that, but
let me
the consultation. Did you get a chance to go to any?
By saying, my answer might offend not necessarily people here on the show, but who listen. Yes. But you have to speak truth, and I'll try to do it tactfully. The truth is this: nobody is going to be satisfied if it's not what they want. So when I'm speaking about consultation, and he mentioned consultation was done. Whether they like the amount of consultation that was done, if they think it was enough, that is up for debate. But consultation was done that involved people from both parties, both major parties.
No consultation.
So whether you like it or not, consultation was done. The last meeting, and both myself and Mr. Johnson were there. The big shameful meeting that happened at the municipal council. When I left that meeting, first of all, the meeting was to talk about Portmore becoming a parish. There were people there arguing about whether Andrew Holness thief money or not. There were people there talking about JLP nah get this, JLP nah get this, and people that PNP nah get this. They did not come there to hear about the facts and the statements and to make an informed.
The partisan politics was in play.
What I'm saying is, when I saw the paper and the shameful way these people behave, I said, who would want to consult me in the first place? Because if we all know the thing shut down, so who would even want to consult those people? I'm not saying
the government must take responsibility for that, because anybody who has been living in Jamaica over the years will know that anytime in Jamaica, election year is a different year. Election year is a year when the political parties put everything into winning state power, and therefore they mobilize their supporters to discuss Portmore in an election year. It ought not to have been done, because you are going to get politics involved, because the people right now are looking towards an election.
Also, may I add, Mr. Swaby?
Yes, sir.
With all due respect, sir, the consultation that you speak of was inadequate. I just gave you numbers.
Well, hold on.
I gave you a chance. I gave you a chance.
Let him speak, Mr. Swaby. Let him speak, because we gave you.
Right. I gave you numbers, and I spoke about engagements. And what you're speaking about with regards to the consultation was done whether or not they like it. Isn't the purpose of the consultation to actually get the feedback as to whether or not you are favorable towards it? And that the consultation, yes, and the consultation in of its nature itself, as well as the numbers, should reflect where you're going to go. It's not that you're going to disregard it. It's not just a ceremonial thing. It is an aspect which you have sold us on, which speaks to a process. If it is that you go to it and a number of persons say, no, we don't want it to be a parish, yes, that is what you need to take away from that meeting. If you have had 4 meetings and you're supposed to have 20, that means it's insufficient. If you have not satisfied the criteria of allowing person to speak and are saying not everybody is going to happy, I agree with you. But at least it should reflect what the persons want, because that was the whole purpose of the engagement. That's why they're speaking of. That's why you are speaking now about the amount of engagement that was done. It is insufficient. It was insufficient. Secondly, if I may, we need to draw this line about politics. Persons from Portmore who are not aligned with a political party that are being called political for actually standing up for Portmore. And you must realize
that is happening, Mr. Johnson. I've got to get in there. That is happening too much in Jamaica now.
Exactly.
Put you on a side because
on a side and say that you are proposed. Once it is that you are opposed, you are now political and you are aligned with the party. Right. And you need to stop that, because one of the things that you have mentioned by your own word is that regardless of what people say or how they represent the whole thing, you don't business with it because persons are not happy about it. But you have not said that the results have reflected that we want to become a parish.
All right.
Okay, give him a chance now, and then we'll go to Mary. Mary, I see you're responding to some of the questions, Mary. But let me
respond to one, both Mr. Richards and Mr. Johnson. Listen, you said the consultation is, when you go through the consultation, you're supposed to say, hey, these people over here, they said they're in favor of it. And over here, they said they're not in favor of it. And you leave and you go and you move. I am not disputing that, What I'm saying, and I specifically pointed out the last time we had anything involving that, is the foolishness that happened. And when I left there, I don't know if out of the 100 people, if 55% wanted more to be
May I point you that is one engagement.
Hold on, let me finish. I know that is one engagement.
Let him finish.
That is still an example. And that is what I'm trying to say. As far as talk about political, my thing is this, Mr. Richards, is I have the municipal council keeps a meeting every single month. They meet and they have discussion. Portmore is the biggest and the most populated populated city in the English-speaking Caribbean. So when they have that meeting, you would expect people to be there. I have been to meetings where I'm the only person at the municipal council meeting, me and the 13 council them. So me sit down and
Mr. Swaby, I must just tell you that is a Jamaican thing now.
Hold on. I'm getting the point. Is this?
People don't go to municipal corporation meetings.
Look how those people come out for a municipal meeting when it comes to that, as you're talking about the politics. Where were those people when they're calling for this and we need this and we need that, and them talk about Portmore need this, Portmore need? Where were all those people when that meeting was going on to call for all of that?
Sir,
they came out.
And then we're going to
They came out in their numbers. They came out in their numbers to support. They came out in their numbers to support their different political views and parties.
And nobody is listening to positives or negatives, and that is my point.
Sir, and that is why I'm saying. That is why I'm saying. What happened?
It doesn't matter what you want to say. They're going to follow PNP because it's PNP. They're going to follow JLP because it's JLP. And we, the people, need to stop it, the non-political people, and look at facts. What happened at the meeting?
I am not surprised. I am not surprised at what happened at that meeting. Because
no, I'm not surprised either.
Because you have to understand. I understand what is happening there. It is election time. Right?
Everybody understood what is happening there.
This is the mode. This is what.
Mr. Johnson, you're going to get a word.
This is what I have seen in Jamaica from I have been following elections from 1972 until now. This is how Jamaicans operate.
And I will add
which doesn't say that we shouldn't have any consultation with them.
Exactly.
And then we're going to go to Mr. Johnson and Mr. Swaby and wrap up here.
Mr. Richard.
Mary, your turn. We're coming to you, Mr. Johnson. Right after this.
Go ahead.
We're going back. We have some juicy comments. We have Tawan say the big thing is who are going to be displaced, and Fix Jackson is the big problem, and he can't be the voice of the masses. And Fix Jackson is the PNP person over there, obviously. Yes. Jennifer Jackson says, "Good evening. Yes, I agree with Winnie. St. Catherine is too big." Patrick Maitland, hey Patrick. My primary concern is the toll of our road. I'm paying daily for my commute to Kingston. It amounts to as much as $1,200 if I take the SUV and $700 for the smaller car. A financial burden to us. Maybe that's something they need to put on the agenda. Tijuana, come back. All the plans will be in place as the time goes. A seed grow in time, and it is now a political football. I suppose she's responding to Mr. Johnson. That's okay.
Mr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson, we're going to ask you to wrap up. We're going to give you a minute to wrap up. And same thing for you, Mr. Swaby. Just to ask either of you to say where we are at now and what you expect, what you think can be done at this stage in terms of the people of Portmore. So Johnson, your turn.
Okay, I believe what we have to do is satisfy the concerns of the people. The whole thing about it is that you cannot simply say, regardless of the last meeting, the persons who were coming before this meeting were patriots of Portmore. I will refer to them as that. And that would reflect accurately who was interested and what should have been involved. As we have spoken, we're talking about political run-up. We do know that everybody is wagonist. We know about what the wagonist thing is about. Everybody run come in. And that meeting, it really did have a lot of political persons. But then, when the meeting ended, if you realize who was in the room, it was persons from both parties that then spoke and said, we need for this thing to go in a really disciplined sort of way. I don't know if you stayed back to see what is done. My hope for Portmore is that the public servants, again, reconnect with the citizens. That is what we have been knowing to be the governance. It is one of the reasons that we are watched as one of the residential areas in the region because of our governance. So we have done it, the inclusivity, and I want to continue to see that. And you cannot at any point exclude the persons where that is concerned. Fitzjack may be the face of opposition, but it's not he alone that is opposing. And if you take him out of it, you're still going to have a bunch of persons that going to need a spokesperson who is going to speak on these matters, because this is not the way that we should do it. A seed will grow, yes, but the seed need to water. It need to fertilize. And it takes stages for that to happen. Not to come the next day and say, beer, because that is what I want. And you have people that are to be considered in it.
Thanks, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Swaby?
All right. I agree with Mr. Johnson. I don't want to think I was saying disregard people. What I was pointing out is the difficulty in that solution, in that situation, and why we have nothing. It's hard to get anything accomplished because of the politics. However, as the train is running and it seems now where it's going, whether it reaches there or not, people need to know what to look forward to. So what I am saying is this. Don't think about the grand thing of it is, if the majority of our the taxes that come to the St. Catherine is coming through Portmore becoming a parish for itself, holds on to all those taxes, which means it increases our resource to give us things that we want, like better roads, like a hospital. My goodness, we need a hospital. I'm afraid forever go to Spanish Town Hospital, and who want to expect? We need hospitals, things like that. So when people are talking about want to market and we don't have this, we don't have market now, and people talk we need cemetery. We don't have all that now, but that still don't stop you from burying your dead. Think about the potential of what can happen when Portmore controls its own taxes. That is all I'm saying, because it's going one way, we don't know.
Mr. Swaby, you know, I've been struggling not to go to that part, but I suppose in another discussion we should go there. When all the parishes in Jamaica have what you are saying Portmore will have one day, you know, control of their resources. Have you seen what they have for those resources? Any parish, which parish you would say is as wonderful markets, are wonderful cemeteries?
Right, and I don't understand why people are talking about how we need cemetery and we need markets and all that before we do a parish. That is nonsense.
That's another discussion, Mr. Swaby. I'm not even pushing that. There are wonderful hospitals.
Hey, there's Danny
Williams.
Right.
I just want to ask us, all of us, to think about which is the parish which is so attractive and so wonderful.
No, but Franklin, there's one thing about Portmore that is different from all the parishes.
Yeah.
When you look at the level of participation, how the people are organized. The people in none of the parishes are organized that way. None.
Because they're not included in any decision.
Okay. All right. We got to go. Mr. Johnson and Mr. Swaby, we really thank you. We have another Portmore resident. We just couldn't take him on at the same time when we have Union, because the capacity of this StreamYard, which has been working wonderfully. But again, we want to thank Mr. Swaby for being here today and for putting forward his position for him, and that's all he's putting forward. And also Mr. Johnson saying, for me, that's my position. He's not putting forward the position of Portmore, the party, the anything, or the Citizens Association of Gavin. He's putting forward his own position. Thank you both, gentlemen. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. I appreciate that.
Thank you for the invitation. All right.
Good. All right, so Mary, I don't know if you have any comments there before we take.
Yes, we have some comments.
Let's get as we get on Mr. Williams. He's going to bring on Mr. Williams for us in a little while. Mr. Williams, you turn sideways, man. But we're going to work that out. Go ahead, Mary.
Yes, we have Jabir. They were commenting during the two residents presentation. Jabir is saying that it's a process. Train is running, it's a runaway. Most time that leads to a crash costing lives and money. Hospital needed. We running down money as a promise, not a prospect. So true, sir. I suppose. So that was from Tawan. And Israel is still waiting to hear the criteria and benefits of a parish status.
Yes.
So we need
good position.
Are we going to address that? Just give a little list of the benefits and criteria.
Well, the people. I don't want to venture there, Mary, because there are some people who are taking it upon themselves to say what that is and what the criteria are. But we're going to come to some of those issues. Let me just also we welcome now Donovan Williams. Mr. Williams is a man from Portmore as well. So Williams, you know what we've been talking about. And even before I take Mr. Williams, I want to say this to you, my colleagues, and the wider audience. Maybe the media also let down the society in this one, you know. Desmond. Maybe our colleagues and the various talk discussions, we hear, of course, as well. But certainly, a mass media, traditional media, maybe they should have been carrying the discussion and debate and talking to the people of those communities and have been hearing what the concerns of those communities are and suggesting what parishes do, what parish administrations do, what municipal corporations do. Maybe maybe this is also another media letdown.
Journalism in Jamaica right now is at a standstill.
Don't use that word. I think I know where you want to go. We talk every day, so we know where that want to go. Mr. Donovan Williams, we welcome you, sir. Just tell us a little bit about yourself, your community, where you're from, and how you feel, Mr. Williams.
All right, good afternoon, Franklin, and the other members of the panel. Sorry to join you so late, but there was a 4-vehicle accident on I-85 that held me up a bit. I don't know what has been said already regarding Portmore becoming a parish, but I'm from Westmead. My community is Westmead. We are situated right between Garveymead and Westport. You know, we're very close to the Portmore Mall, like about 5 minutes away, and very close to Edgewater, Bridgeport. So you can just imagine where we are. We're very close also to the Bridgeport High School. So I'm just giving you a general location of where we are, right? Currently, I'm a member of the executive of the Westmead Citizen Association. And some time ago, a couple months here, probably 2 years ago, when this idea of Portmore becoming a parish, we had a little rough discussion, you know, at one of our meetings. And basically what came out of that meeting is also my personal opinion as to what does a parish, in terms of being a parish, what does it have to offer the citizens? Basically, in my opinion, Portmore being a parish has not had much development to offer the people. It has not had much to offer in terms of, you know, just looking at some basic things. We have not many major factories in Portmore, probably just one or two that I can think of. We don't have what you call we have, as I said before, we have a couple high schools. We have, we don't have a large community college. That is the only tertiary institution that is in Portmore, apart from Hart College of Construction. And basically, you know, we don't have whatever it takes for a parish as such. What would we call the parish, the capital of Portmore? Portmore Mall, Greater Portmore.
What would you expect, Mr. Williams, to be there?
What I expect from all of this is that before we can become a parish, we need a lot of development in Portmore. For instance, our access and exit roads are not what it should be, apart from the toll, and that can be very congested. If you look at if you're getting out from Portmore to Spanish Town using Bernard Lodge Road is a mess. You know, see the Grange Lane, the same thing. Dumble Hole in the same thing. We need some development in terms of roads. Right now, we're having traffic congestion in Portmore extensively, very often, both morning and in the evening. And there's not much for the job opportunities. If we were to take some of the jobs and place in Portmore, then we would not have to be calling Portmore a dormitory community. And this in itself is not a good name either. It means that we're sleeping. That is where the people just sleep. You understand? So in order for us to become a parish, we need a lot of development. You know, in my opinion, you know, in terms of we don't need an hospital. We don't need an hospital because we have a major project going on at Spanish Town. We have a major project going on for the Greater Portmore Health Center. You know, when you talk about 5.5 billion for Spanish Town and 600 million for Portmore. I mean, that's a lot. And I heard since week that ground has been identified for the Portmore Hospital, which to me is sound ridiculous. It has to be on a major thoroughfare where every single bus that applies Portmore, Kingston, Half Tree, Spanish Town can have exit, can have can have existence
access.
You know, so that's my,
Mr. Williams,
take on it. That's my take on it.
Before my colleagues come in, let me just ask you this quickly. From your point of view, have you had enough? Have there been consultations that you could have gone to or you didn't go to, but there were consultations with whoever the authorities were, as was being stated? Did you have those occasions where you could express yourself?
Well, I've had two occasions, and honestly, our main political parties turned these things into fiasco. Because I remember going to two by Hart College auditorium, and it turned out into a political thing. One side blaming the other, and they were crawling over some simple thing like Climate Park and Christmas tree and all of that. And I just walked out because to me, those did not make sense. We went there to hear what was going to happen in terms of development for Portmore and these things. So the consultation that has been going on is not really the voice of the people. You know, you understand? It all depends on who calls it. Then you have one color dominating. That's my take on
That's the end of today's show. Thanks to all my listeners and viewers. Thanks to my technical operator, Kevin. As usual, we are urging road users to be careful, right? The latest report we have so far that 60 people were killed in 55 fatal accidents. That was up to Friday. Yes, that is too much. 16 were pedestrian, 16 of those killed were pedestrian, accounting for 27%, right? 14 motorcyclists, accounting for 23%, right? And private motor vehicle drivers accounted for 14%. 14 deaths, 23% of the fatalities since January 1. Please be careful and try and do whatever you can to remain safe. The gunmen are on the rampage. Until Wednesday, this is Rebel Radio, and I am Desmond Richards.
Service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshments at the lowest prices. The cleanest restrooms and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
Madam Eltonic when me drink come please her. Never gonna tease her. Boom bang. You don't know it's a rubber dub Eltonic wine, the finest wine. So all of the man them wanna tune into the wine here, you know. You say if you don't want to go long and strong, you just tune into rubber dub.
It's gadgets, tools, hardware and supplies anniversary.
And we're saying thank you to all our valued customers.
With incredible savings all of February.
On bathroom fixtures, kitchen and living room.
But there's lots more.
Massive discounts on all products throughout the store.
Porcelain tiles, doors, windows, paints.
Plus unbeatable prices on top quality new arrivals.
Shop now, don't wait.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road.
Or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Make your pockets skyrocket with Mayberry's Tranche 3 public bond offer. Invest from as little as $20,000 and earn 10.25% interest per annum. Take charge of your financial future and invest with confidence, knowing that your money is bound to return. Use your returns to accomplish financial goals, pay personal expenses, and invest even further. Visit bondberryja.com to view the prospectus and to learn more, or contact your investment advisor today. It's time to make your pockets skyrocket.